Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
been, now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been, I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the Alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the venom highs, gone to the venom world. Who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang on a back team with the versatile. Rat-tat-tat-tat all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no traigo la peña, las del sheriff hello. Llama al chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré de ti por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. We're from different worlds. Mirror, mirror eyes. Can you feel the burn? Watch me ignite it. Watch me
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain.
Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me, me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me, me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
And
Edebiliyorlar o. Wow.
Hello everybody, welcome to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. It's been a long wait, but we're finally here. It is Grand Finals day, and that means we have an amazing series, a best of 5 up for you, with Dynasty facing off against ULF Esports for the glory and for first seed in EMEA Ascension. I am Twiggy once again, joining you as your host, and I'm joined today by MP. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing so good. It's the grand final day, the last day of Challengers EMEA before we go into Champions, before we go into Ascension. I think it's gonna be really, really interesting day. Yesterday it seemed like a bit too fast, so I think today we're gonna see all 5 maps guaranteed from MP.
Okay, wow, that's a big guarantee that you make there. Here's how we got here. We started off with 4 teams here in the playoffs. We have eliminated Twisted Minds and Mandatory over the course of the last few days, and we are left obviously with the Italian representatives from the Spanish region, Dynasty, and ULF, the Turkish representatives. They took out Mandatory as maybe a form of avenging against their Turkish brethren BBL Pacific after they got grouped by Mandatory. So we are now in this position here where, I mean, ULF have been such a driving force. They have missed out on kind of getting first places in their own region to BBL Pacific time and time again. Now they have the opportunity to take a first place over the whole of EMEA this time around, but Dynasty are standing in their way.
Yeah, I mean, ULF did exactly what the old guns did back in Challengers EMEA 1. They dropped Mandatory in that lower final 3-0 fashion, but I think today is gonna be so interesting. This young roster that got just barely promoted to their own league is now fighting for the grand final position, number 1 position, number 1 seed of Ascension, and that would be incredible because BBL Pacific will be number 2 seed. Imagine those 2 Turkey teams at the top there. Damn, that would be scary.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, right, is you want to avoid coming into BBL Pacific. They have had their off days, but for the most part, that is the scariest team in EMEA right now. We'll start off talking about Dynasty, though, who are looking scary in their own right so far. They've taken down pretty much every team. They've taken down both of the top 3 teams apart from themselves here at some point during the best of 3s that we've seen from them, and that means they earned themselves a break yesterday, and they're the higher seed coming into this grand finals. So they have the advantage here, and they're looking to take it away. I mean, ULF have been looking good, but I think Dynasty looks so solid in their match against them.
Yeah, not only they're flawless in Challengers EMEA in not dropping a series, but in which fashion they've been able to win out those series. Sure, a lot of them have been all the way best of 3s, but when you look at the maps, usually the first map and the last map is really heavily dominated by Dynasty, and it's no wonder a lot of talent coming into this roster. Like we highlighted previously, Tag has been with this roster for many years prior to Dynasty, who was in Shire, maybe the face of Italian VALORANT, face of this roster at least for the Spanish region as well, coming straight from Italy. I think Tag has been incredible here, but obviously sharing that pole with a lot of talent alongside him, and I do love the Finnish young gun on this roster. How could you? Famsi has been so important for all of this tournament, and when we check these stats, he's currently #1 player in this tournament, absolutely topping the boards. One interesting stat about Famsi is that his max kill count in this tournament has been 22. That is not much for duelists. When you compare to someone like Exit, who has had 33 kills as a max map and 5 maps actually topping that 22, it seems like Famsi is just overall consistent without having like a star performance on map. Sure, he's been getting the aces, the 4Ks as well, so he has been dropping some star performances, but to have only 22 kills maximum in this tournament as in a map and still topping the boards, to me that sends a strong message of consistent duelists.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, Dynasty as a whole have been so solid so far. It's hard to find a flaw with their roster so far. But let's take a look at ULF, the team that is going to be fighting up against them. They did lose to them last time, but Vlad, their coach, in an interview with us, expressed very much that if they played the same way they played yesterday against Mandatory, then there shouldn't be any problem getting this win. Look, they weren't really tested yesterday. Let's be completely realistic against Mandatory. Mandatory kind of left the door open for them. But they were so consistent and so, I don't even know how to put it, they were just so solid that they just didn't let any of those mistakes pass them by. They went, okay, we're going to take every single round that you give us with absolutely no problems, and it was an absolute sweep by the end of it.
Yeah, and I think ULF is going to be tested in multiple different categories. One of those, or a few of those, being endurance, map pool. We'll get back to those a little bit later, but consistency as well. ULF just has to get that ball rolling instantly. I feel like they've been kind of struggling in their first maps, especially if that comes to be Lotus, and I think Lotus is going to become really important in this matchup. So ULF has to get these players online instantly. I know Fabian has been picking up some slack there. He's been incredibly powerful in some of these matches. I feel like Sop kind of somehow flew under the radar against Dynasty if we don't got the first map. To me, Echo and Neki were the two players that were really playing really good against Dynasty, and Echo, he's been incredible in this tournament. And when we kind of compare stats from group stage to this playoffs, he's been consistently going up and above. He's been improving, and I think, to me, he has risen very quickly to be the MVP of ULF. And depending on how this final goes, I could maybe go as far to say that maybe the MVP of tournament. I think he's had many impactful rounds for ULF. That Haven was really good against I think it was Twisted Minds, very impactful there with the Cypher, and to me Echo has been just incredible in this playoff stage.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, right? ULF have played so many games at this point. Their coach, Vlad, expressed to us that the players were already tired after yesterday. I'm sure they're glad they got that series over with as quickly as possible, and it didn't go to a best of 5 because they played almost every single day. They played every day in the playoffs. The only 2 days they've missed out on were day 1 because they didn't have a group stage game in that day, and day 3 because they didn't have a group stage game in that day. Apart from that, they have played a match every single day, and it does start to wear you down here. All of those going on. You can see exactly how I don't even know, like, tiring that must be, right? Look, they're coming up against a team that has had that break yesterday. They earned it for themselves by getting into the grand finals, so they got to watch that game, ULF versus Mandatory. But yeah, this must be pretty tough for them. You come from a scene like Valorant where, but realistically, there isn't a massive amount of games on the calendar. There's not a massive amount of off-season stuff or stuff that runs between events either. And so it can be really difficult to go straight from having almost no games to a game every single day.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the categories that I kind of highlighted, endurance. I think that is going to be really important. That's 6th consecutive game day right now, and that must be really exhausting. Sure, the game days might not be that long, maybe 3 to 4 hours, but all of the preparation under that, maybe some fixes that you will have to fix for the upcoming day. And that a direct quote from Vlad on yesterday's interview was, "We are getting exhausted," and that I can only just imagine. But there was still one more category that I think ULF is gonna be tested today. That is map pool. Of course, this is gonna be very, very important. Just because Dynasty has 2 bans, that already complicates things. That will take out ULF's maybe Ascent, maybe Bind. That I think both of them were really, really great for them. And yesterday, when we take a look at the match yesterday against Mandatory, Corrode and Ascent were incredible for ULF. They don't get to play those maps if Dynasty goes for the ban, and Dynasty usually likes to ban Corrode for their permaban. I would see Ascent or Bind to be a target ban. Then we'll check rest of the maps. What are left for ULF? Yeah, maybe Haven, but Dynasty has been great in that. Lotus has been rough for ULF, so they really have to dive deeper in their map pool. They might have to go into Abyss if we go all the way there. They might have to go to Sunset. These are maps that they haven't played in this tournament yet, and to me, I think that speaks volumes. To me, that is really, really scary because you don't have repetition in those maps quite yet, and you're probably gonna have to play if you go all the way to 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, look, ULF Esports, they banned out Lotus immediately in their game against Mandatory. They used their first ban for it. They didn't want to play it after losing 13-7 to Dynasty the day before. They're not going to be able to do that this time. Dynasty, as the upper bracket advantage, gets 2 map bans, and then you just have to take it as it comes as ULF Esports. And I'm sure that Dynasty are going to be looking at that ban and going, okay, wonderful, let's start things off with a bang again. We get Lotus first pick straight away, and therefore ULF, we know they don't want to play it, so it's the perfect map to start off with. And look, for ULF, they haven't had any time to adapt to anything since that game against Dynasty. They have not had the free time to do so unless they spent all of yesterday after that Mandatory game going over VOD reviews, coming up with new strats. You just can't imagine that happening. As you said, the players are exhausted, the coach is exhausted, everybody is exhausted. Yeah. And they come into this series with such a disadvantage. It would genuinely be insane if they got, you know, the first couple of maps to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Vlad did say he is gonna get up really early, but to get all of the information from those VODs, rely to your players and actually utilize that information in game. To me, that is really hard in span of probably 7 hours that they've had to prep for this. So that is gonna be really rough, and especially when we probably gonna have that Lotus here. That's been the struggling point for ULF. They have lost first map Lotus against Twisted Minds, against Dynasty, and those were quite heavy losses. Especially for Dynasty, they are really, really good on those maps that they win. They mostly won with like 5, 6, 7 rounds lead when they win. I think the only exception was against Team Liquid. Sure, when they lose, it could be a close fair, it could be Dynasty losing quite a lot as well, but when they win, it seems like they're really far ahead and they just keep the ball rolling.
Well, I mean, I think without any further ado, we should take a look at this map, Veto, so we can discuss it further. It is ready for us now, so we're going to get to find out how exactly Dynasty want to play this one. Corrode,
yeah,
first ban, no real surprises whatsoever. And then, I mean, like, when it comes to a best of 5 and when it comes to an upper bracket advantage, it really is, okay, fine, banned. It really is down to just getting... as ULF now, you just need to really, really be smart when you pick your first map pick, because that is the only thing that is going to keep you in this game necessarily. Yeah, I mean, so it is Lotus first, no surprises. It's
going to be Ascent for 100% sure. ULF has had a great Ascent. They've been playing in this tournament. Wait, okay, never mind.
100%, huh?
I guess they go for Haven and they want to keep that Ascent for later on. I was so sure that they're going to go for Ascent. I do like that. ULF has been picking the Haven as well. That has been decent for them. Not great against Dynasty, but it has been decent for them. Ascent, they've yet to lose in this tournament, so that's why I was kind of wondering whether they're gonna go for there, but maybe they feel more comfortable in Haven.
Wow.
Abyss, I do love this. I mean, either way, it's gonna be Abyss or a Sunset that's gonna come through for a third map. I don't think Dynasty would ever pick Ascent. Wow. So there's gonna be 2 maps that ULF hasn't played in this tournament. Abyss and Sunset, and in fact ULF hasn't played Abyss in the past 3 months either. Sunset, yeah, they played against BBL Pacific, Eternal Fire in their own region, but it's still been like a question mark in terms of are they actually comfortable there, how they have been missing this map quite a lot. To me, the most interesting part here was actually Dynasty banning Bind, because sure, they played against ULF, they lost that. To me, it was a question mark whether Dynasty is gonna go for Ascent ban, because of that it's really great for ULF, maybe not the best map for Dynasty, or if they feel really uncomfortable in Bind, that they do not want to go there, then maybe they will go for the Bind ban, and it seems like they went for the Bind ban, because they weren't too comfortable in their comp either. They kind of switched around a little bit, if I remember this correctly. Yeah, they have switched their composition in this tournament already once, so they've kind of been going back and forth in Bind, so I do totally understand where that comes from. And to me, this whole 5-mapper is really heavily favoring on the side of Dynasty. Obviously, starting with Lotus, that should be, well, I don't want to give anything or take anything away from ULF, but recency bias tells me that this should be fairly easy for Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, look, that map, Veto, if you haven't been watching over the course of the thing is, we've been here the whole time. We've been, you know, our memories are just flooded with all of the maps that we've seen so far. If you are just joining us for the grand finals, that is essentially, I feel like, the map Veto equivalent of 3 haymakers in a row from Dynasty, banning out the one map that ULF won against them in their best of 3, and then going straight into Lotus, which they pretty much, I feel like, I'll say no, but they're relatively certain in their minds they are going to win that map against ULF Esports.
Yeah. Then
they're getting taken into Haven, which they also won 13-6. Forcing an interesting pick out of ULF, because they couldn't pick Bind. It was going to be an awkward one either way. As you said, Ascent was kind of the more safe option, I would say, for them. And then straight into Abyss, which we haven't seen from ULF. So look, if there was ever any chance that this was going to be a 3-0, those are the 3 maps that I could see Dynasty absolutely sweeping on. So it's possible at this it is possible at this point that Dynasty could 3-0 this one, even if ULF put up a really good fight here.
Do you know what I just realized? We're gonna see Abyss for sure, because it's gonna be the 3rd map, and I'm really happy about that. I actually heard yesterday you were kind of talking about I'm gonna be really bummed if we don't get to see that Abyss. So I'm really happy that we see this Abyss, and Dynasty is actually the only team against Eintracht Frankfurt that has played Abyss in this tournament. So there is obviously history there from Dynasty. There is a really good history, and to me, when we look at the first 3 maps, Dynasty has always won every one of those very easily. I think the closest match was against Eintracht Frankfurt in Lotus. That was 13-8. Other than that, it's been 13-5, 13-7. Then we go to Haven, 13-6, 13-5 in this tournament, and then Abyss 13-4. So Dynasty is looking great in those first 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope for ULF's sake that they really have made some... First off, that they're in a good kind of mindset today. Obviously, yesterday they were so confident, and towards the end of the series, they were absolutely just running away with things, which we'd love to see. I do hope that they're in the same mood as that, because that is about the only hope they have with that map veto. It's so rough, actually, looking at it. When we came into today, I wasn't thinking, oh, you know, this map veto is going to be insanely rough for ULF Esports, but that... Actually, when I'm looking at it in front of me, that looks really difficult for ULF Esports to be able to come up against. I hope there has been some big changes in terms of their mindset and their strategy in terms of counter strats on Haven, because that pick worries me a little bit.
Yeah, and where actually ULF struggled in this Lotus previously was those post plants. They were terrible at those, or maybe Dynasty was great in taking those retakes. They were actually great. They were really cohesive there. Utility was done very quickly but together, and I do think ULF would always struggle in terms of not having that utility for the post plant and maybe not going aggressive enough for the post plant. So always it seemed like Dynasty would get comfortable, get close, get free space, and when they were close enough, they would execute that retake and usually get that. Even on a round where they had like Stingers, maybe a Seraph, maybe Classic, it would be Dynasty's round just because they got all forced in a really... Okay.
What?
Hold on. Oh.
What?
Okay, ULF. Well, they go back to basics.
In a grand final?
Okay. They've been cooking.
Damn.
Vlad has been cooking this morning.
Maybe that's why they banned it.
Wait. Okay. I do.
They banned it because they were cooking?
Maybe they were overcooking with the previous composition. Maybe they were overcooking.
Yeah,
and they were like, okay,
I don't think there's any doubt that the previous composition they were running was not optimal.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great composition, yeah, but you have to have so many repetitions under there. You have to have so many, to me, so many set plays. You don't have that breach fault line, but now you do. You have the breach fault line to Neon, and I think this is exactly the same thing that Mandatory did on Sunset. They couldn't quite figure out what to do in that map, so they went back to basics. They went to exactly the same composition, and the tactic here is most likely SOP, go run in, Familiar will stun for you, use that fault line, we'll give you some information, and let's go from there. This is an interesting switch up because they haven't played this composition in a really long time. I'm actually not quite sure if they have ever played this composition. I'll have to double check that.
If it is, it's not in this tournament.
No, they haven't. That previously it has been with Teho instead of the Sova. So yeah, sure they have kind of similar composition, but still it is a little bit different. This is to me really interesting.
Okay, well, I mean, it seems like the way ULF are planning to do this one is they are throwing as much at the wall to see what sticks here. They're taking big risks going into the grand finals, both with the map veto and changing up their composition in towards Lotus here. So I am excited to see if it can stand up now to the test of Dynasty. We're going to find out very shortly now with Hazza and Cairo. Take it away, guys.
The scene is set. EMEA is watching. The top seed is waiting. This is the last game before Ascension begins. And it's the two teams which have traveled no further than groups before now who have a chance to write history.
These two played each other in the upper bracket. It went all 3 maps, and if that's anything to go by, this best of 5 will be a banger. We start on Lotus, where Dynasty won last time.
They will begin that defense from the upper bracket on the defender's side, and early on, ULF starting to ask questions of B main. Famsy's position yet to be cleared, and when he pops out, it's 2 big kills. Opening up the pistol with a 3rd shot from the Sheriff. Dynasty out of the gate swinging.
Leaves the last two, Neki and Odaz, to try and bring something back, who, in their own right, can find kills out of nothing. They were relatively unchallenged yesterday, ULF, considering 3 maps and out.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be the same thing here today.
Absolutely not. 25 out of 29 attack rounds, but the first one may be hard to come by. Tag already with the first, the secondary share of shots not landing, and Neki thrust into a clutch which he cannot win. Dynasty on the board first in our grand final.
Almost flawless as well. A great way to start things off. These players have been grinding when they've not been in the server. Sure, they've had a couple of breaks here and there, but they've been playing against the best of the best, even in Champs Q. That shows you how much Dynasty want this. They are taking no off days, taking no breaks, and they're certainly taking no breaks with the start of that pistol.
Absolutely not, and it's so important we immediately address ULF's attacking record from yesterday. Just 4 rounds dropped over 3 maps against Mandatory. Absolutely lethal. Some of those coming up later on in the veto, such as Haven, Ascent. But for now, all eyes on Lotus, and Tyson, you're already having the opening pick. Tag a little hot under the collar here.
Yeah, needs to respect the push overall. I mean, it is only classics, but still they can have a bit of bite. Trying to get that spike down, that's the most important thing for ULF at the minute.
Yeah, extra creds in pocket more than anything else. Dynasty have been efficient in their retakes. They'll take those positions up early. Tag finding the first.
Yeah, and it seems as if Tag's going to continue to fire off, as well as Tyson. Relatively unchallenged or Dynasty, something that I keep saying often here in the first couple of rounds, but that's the way it's been. That's the way you expect it to be, especially on the anti-eco. So we move into the next round with the bonus having something to work with. And Dynasty as well always tend to buy up all these Spectres and not really go for what we've seen other teams go for in terms of buying up rifles like Bulldogs and even Vandals.
Yeah, I think it speaks volumes to their anti-eco conversion rate. You're not often seeing them fumble this second round more than anything else. The bonus takes a bit of a hit in the process, and it looks like ULF are ready to default into the next round already.
Now, swallow your fear.
Both of these teams have played multiple grand finals over the year, but just the 1 win for Dynasty up until this point. A combined 5 losses on their behalf, overshadowing ULF's 2 defeats to BBL Pacific, I should say.
Seems as if the sights have been set on the C site where Tag looks to hold things down. Managed to get out of sight after the pressure put on. A tap of the door, an option perhaps for ULF, but it is going to be straight in towards C.
Yeah, execute coming in, and Dynasty immediately setting up for a retake here. Playing a little more passive. Tag was hoping to fade away and find one. Not going to happen. Full regroup. And a retake in motion. Maybe looking to interrupt the plant.
Seems a fancy though, just holding on to CT. Already excellent in the showstopper in. I mean, what's happened here? Getting completely overrun. And in 3 rounds, ULF have only been able to find 3 kills.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous start for Dynasty. A blistering one. And for ULF, you start to wonder how much is it going to take before they are forced to call a timeout. It's only the bonus round for now, but you know exactly what the game plan is. Famsi does so well to find 2 here in isolation, bringing the ult online to just confirm things. But you know Dynasty are going to be playing for the retake. They have the best success rate in that metric of any team in the tournament, as they did coming in to the group stages. You've got to be doing a little bit more to
Keep doing what you do best.
interrupt that scripted, rehearsed play when it comes through.
It's funny, I think Waddle's looking for a job at Dunkin' Donuts, having 3 zeros there. But he's playing well, he's doing his job. It's all about the mid-round in for him and making sure things are clear as once again, ULF set their sights on C.
And it's only Tag here for the 3rd round in a row, it feels. Quicker rotation, bigger gamble this time from Dynasty, but Tag's done his job where he failed to before, dropping back with a kill already under his belt.
I mean, still a couple of awkward positions to deal with in terms of there's 2 stingers and a bucky, but they're going straight into Famzy and Tag, and they've found that as easy as possible. It's even the nade as well.
Yeah, easy pickings for Famzy in the end. Neki last left and caught by Tycee on the wraparound from Sand. 4 unanswered to start. Dynasty going through the motions with little issue. Of trying to play towards CT there again, but immediately shut down, and it's the off angle from Famzy which catches them.
Yeah, I mean, Tag here as well. That's a lovely flick. Maybe a little bit of luck shooting before the full flick is done. But as for now, I mean, Dynasty, what they've set as a precedent is you can't come to C. There is no way that you come and challenge Tag because he will not give you anything. And Dynasty know that they have the success on the retake, so it should be a lot heavier stack towards the A or B side of the map.
Shadows traveling.
Next rifle round. Final opportunity for ULF before you expect changes to be made in this attack side game plan, and already in adaptation, trying to open in lobby with this defensive Viper wall, being a little more passive, setting up to retake back into an unclaimed A site. I have just left Ordaz behind here, ULF.
It's a late deposit that could grow into something bigger later in the round. A joker, perhaps. But you know that Tycee is playing with the idea of another spam and does get chip onto Ordaz. As for now though, ULF are trying to make movement on towards the C, and that's a big horn because it's revealed at least one player has shot out that piece of utility.
Yeah, further damage on Ordaz as well. Now down to 28, forced to bail. Potential for a re-clear here a little later in the round for Dynasty, but still just resting on their laurels and relying on Tag.
Stun a little bit more customised to the KG's position, but some continue to push forward and will actually find Tag as well as CT space. Dynasty not going to be allowed to have the space and time that they did have on the retakes.
Yeah, Protocol's a little bit off there. Tag dies with a lockdown, a huge tool missing coming into this retake.
Not only that, Neki has the Hunter's Fury if they opt to further upset this retake, but Dynasty taking their time, paranoia to get Creamy Dreamy in towards CT, but ULF this time well aware of what Dynasty are up to. It's 4th time lucky for the Turkish side.
ULF in a lot of their attacking rounds love to contact before the execution. They're a team which plays heavily into the breach, the neon combinations. It's an unfortunate string of events in that potential retake, but I think the bigger issue is when Tag dies in CT feeling like he has the safety to play that solo, you don't get the lockdown, and it's a huge win for ULF. All coming back to that A control though, something they're going to be challenging for again, this time Famzy with an op.
On the line, and again though, ULF taking their time coming out, slow roll. Drone doesn't get anything, so that'll allow Famzy the operation space on this operator.
Oh, and it's a nice cycling of the wall to allow him to reposition there as well. Doesn't get caught by the dart, and that's SOP offline early. That's the gap close from ULF gone.
And how do you challenge Tag if you have no gap close as well?
Exactly. You have double molly set up here, Alarmbot for first contact, and the difference this time is Famzy's called the rotation prematurely, so he's going to be here with the op ahead of time.
Alarmbot's given notice, the operator not hitting, Tag challenging Echo and winning out. A Hunter's Fury invested as well as a Rolling Thunder. Very heavy on the trigger here are ULF. A Killjoy lockdown to try and counteract, but the spike's heading elsewhere. It's going B.
May even follow up completely to A. Hole in the bridge. Neki trying to cross that space now. Finally gets himself on site. And it will be a B post plant. Couple players close by on Dynasty to deal with this, but they will wait to just partner up and play tandem.
Last two that were all left on the pistol round was Ordaz and Neki, but they could only get one when they
need to be more aggressive here.
Yeah, they do. They're not finding anything. Neki, though, does go for the swipe, finds the pick. Ordaz and Neki combined. Oh! It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Creamy Dreamy very quick on that trade.
Yeah, there was no initial aggro from ULF. I was worried for them in that position. Finally, we get a little bit of it, and in fact, nearly blows Dynasty out of the water. It was a well set up round on their behalf. It's going to be interesting to see how the operator factors into this defense round on round. And in the maps to come, Ascent, another big one to be thinking about.
That's
if we get there. Yeah, we could have missed before then, and I think the same conversation to be had.
I think
looking to bear fruit.
Yeah, I think that's a good timeout as well, considering the state of the map pool that we have in this best of 5. Right, we have Lotus, where Dynasty have already proven and are looking to prove again that they are the winners of this against ULF. They won it 13-7 last time. Haven as well, which was in that same best of 3, which Dynasty won 13-6. And then Abyss, which in this tournament they have already won against Eintracht Frankfurt, and we haven't yet to see from ULF. So there is warning signs for me, a red alert starting to buzz, but I mean obviously we'll need to see with the next 2 maps, but the red alert definitely for Lotus.
For sure, and at this stage in the game, it's when you expect the timeout to come through. From Vlad, he commended his teammates for their performance yesterday and said, look, if we just play our own game, if we come with confidence, better trading, communication, then we will succeed. Elements which were lacking in the previous performance against Dynasty, and you saw it. And I think some of those comms problems rearing their ugly head a little early here.
There they are. And on top of that, oh, okay, Stop's just going to go and send it in. A very quick B split, but nothing in terms of real engagements from either side as Sop continues to try and clear out. And you can see Vamsy looking for something more, but just dissuaded from it.
Yeah, you have Echo playing late through grass. That will be a win condition for ULF. Otherwise, quite aggressive towards Waterfall.
Oh, cleared out though, identified through Waddle's utility. Famsy getting caught out. It's still 4-4, but Dynasty need to get that pace picked up a little bit. Sop in the corner with the shorty, doesn't hit. It's still traded even, all the way down to a 2 versus 2. There's no ultimates to decide between this and the utility. More towards the defense, you would say. A smoke on the bomb, Ticey already trying to get to work, and it's been half. Now Ticey getting rid of the main player, has to deal with Oda, but can't. His opposite number wins out, and ULF will double up the rounds.
Huge round winning play from Ordaz. Join the ULF setup with Sop from the same Digital Athletics side, which found themselves relegated at the end of stage 1. That's the story again here. A big turnaround for both teams throughout their campaigns. And it's just that little bit more of an oppressive post plant that the attack hold towards Waterfall, which ends up winning it for them. The loss from Echo overshadowed in the end. But ULF starting to layer their offense a little bit more. Dynasty in the process down to odds and ends here. While Famsy has the showstopper, she couldn't quite find the view to use it early.
Just methodical so far from ULF on the attack since the timeout. Looking to deal with the utility set up by the Killjoy. And Dynasty trying to be aggressive and clearing out B-main where Sop was. They'll be unsuccessful this time as the entry goes towards the Turkish duelist.
Yeah, and Dynasty very quickly repositioning themselves, setting up Creamy here to support Waddle, who's already taken plenty of damage.
Oh, that's unlucky. Stun hitting Creamy. The Stinger not hitting Ticey though with the Guardian, and Tag with the Ghost. Actually do a big bit of damage here. There's upgrades to be had, and then there's a 2 versus 2 on site because Oddaz is so late.
Tag now thrown into the 1 versus 3. Has recovered the Phantom. But it's a deep clear on Ordaz, and he's playing with so much discipline right now. Collects the information. ULF in more than just a winning position right now.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, Tag even getting paranoid up. I mean, the big win for him here is if he can find a pick and get himself a couple of more ultimate orbs, right? That's the big thing for the Killjoy. Missing out on the door tap. But he will get one ultimate orb. It's through his death. And ULF finding 3. Starting to bridge this gap now.
It's a nice idea from Dynasty to try and retake the B main space, but there's an instant reaction A-wards from ULF, and Ordaz has thoroughly impressed me so far, just through his positioning more than anything else, dropping all the way back. 80% Omen play rate in the last 3 months, so this is comfort for him more than anything else. And for the other roles on ULF, makes a lot of sense that they would move to this in the grand final. Now a huge opportunity to kick on and break Dynasty's bye.
And if the defence find themselves like that, the bridging that gap that we spoke about previously does become a lot easier, but Ordaz with no more TPs in this round needs to be careful with his positioning.
Oh, Ticey takes the rubble space, and Creamy's caught one elsewhere on B, so the potential for that split execution has been cut in half. Neki, nice opener, but on the jump up he'll get caught with a showstopper dropped in by Famzy. It's the setup for Waddle, which he can't quite claim, yet Sop in a 1 versus 3 is a perilous state of affairs. Famzy taking control by the scruff of the neck yet again. A is all his. When he's present, there are no problems.
When Creamy wins that fight in B main, the ULF map control completely falls to the wayside. And you can see Sop trying to get over to support his teammates as well. So they're forced into this to continue this A fight and try and win it. When they do, yeah, it's just walking into a meat grinder. So still ultimates to be used on either side for the last 3 rounds of the half. And that's going to be a very interesting close.
Also see that Dynasty have moved away from the same setup in the previous round, not expecting for it to happen twice. Early Hunter's Fury catches Creamy, and with that, the Viper utility down. It's only Waddle on the A site.
Still had a huge impact when it comes down to the kill department, but his utility has been spot on. Seems as if Ticey was thinking about trying to use the ultimate with the combination of the Fade util, but it doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah, there's no overstep here from Dynasty. They get themselves in position early. Famzy guarding the back line with an operator. Over completely boxed in here. The only pivot is towards B. I don't think the turret is up. It isn't from Tag, so that's where they somewhat lack information. They're happy to just sit on this fully, and with Ticey left uncleared in the corner, reveal goes in backside, big distraction. Ticey looking to take 2, only getting 1 from the corner in the end. ULF walk into the spray of Tag 2, may not be enough, because it's all on Famzy now to save them.
And he's only got an operator. There is rifles on the ground and utility in pocket. The big one being the boom bot for clearing out players' positions.
I want to catch intel on that first player coming into the corner. The element of surprise is what he opts for, but it's a bargain, which Sop will take himself. A headshot off the rack and off the rip. ULF setting a little bit more pace here into their execution. A freeze, a re-hit, a successful one.
I think Ticey's unlucky not to get one more. Tag's double spray down brings it into the realms of possibility. It's unlucky. And Dynasty not happy with the way that the past 4 rounds have gone, because they've only won 1 out of 4 and reviews to be made.
And even taking a step back, it's 4 from 6 for ULF. But as you say, since the 60-second intermission, they look the better of the 2 teams. They're catching Dynasty out some of the setups that they've gone for. Breaking away from what was working, just kind of hoping that ULF weren't going to go for that same A piece. They end up doing it. And while Dynasty had the stack of players, Ticey's in a difficult position to try and trade. It gets very chaotic on site. They've also got some big ultimates here as well. That Viper's Pit they're expecting towards C. And Tag still banking this lockdown. Second lockdown already this half, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, that first one used when it was the real big pressure on C, but the fight was already won by the time that the lockdown had gone down. The value not found. The big thing for ULF is if they can get Favian's ulti online.
Dynasty still with the same setup towards A. The one adjustment in the setup is the Killjoy nanos now on B, alleviated from the C site. Just the alarm bot drop there inside the Viper's pit. And so Dynasty have a much stronger hold of the middle of the map. The weaponry isn't quite there for them on this round, but it's the investment that they've made, safe in the knowledge that there's one more to be played where they will have guns and tag still the lockdown if necessary.
Still Creamy not cleared from this corner either, even though the Eldrone was invested, so that's worrying. Less utility to try and find the Viper. So to me, this doesn't indicate C, it should be B or A for ULF.
And they're already starting to lean a little heavier there, Sop. Making his way out into the field. And perhaps just setting up to go straight through this Viper wall. There's a contact piece set up. It's Waddle to take first visual, and on the other side of the door, Sop is stuck. Stinger out. Oh my god, Ticey, no way! Missed bullets both sides, but when the dust settles, it's Dynasty in front. All eyes on Creamy Dreamy inside the pit now with the first found. He'll take the second name. The third, in fact, once the decay is done. And a seventh secured in thrifty fashion for our defenders.
Yeah, that was an interesting round. One that a couple of players won't want to go back and watch. But for me, ULF in the way that they used their utility, I was a little bit worried there, right? You saw Sop use the stun, trying to go in and re-clear tree by himself. And then on top of that, the Eldrone was so deep towards that Viper's pit that it didn't clear in towards the site portion. So I'm worried for ULF in this last round.
Final opportunity for them. Without the best money, but Sop still hanging on to the ulti. Tried to fake it out solo last time, but brings 3 teammates with him. It's a forfeiture of tree control from Dynasty, playing from backside instead. Yeah, ULF in a strong position to finish on the A site right now if they want.
I mean, if they do that though, it seems if Dynasty have a plan, and that's to go and use the lockdown to come back in. They're fully giving it up, forfeiture of the space, but look at ULF, they're ready to fight forward if they need to.
Yeah, you've still got both shocks and the aftershock on Fabian, so plenty of tools to deal with it. It's the lockdown that goes in the stairwell though, and here's the fight.
And towards stairs they try and go, tags the first one, but the lockdown still alive, only momentarily. Flamsy out of nowhere with a big hook double kill. A 3 versus 2 in which Dynasty are the advantage. The players known about, that would be a big shock. It will grab the race, so 2 versus 2. This is worrying for Dynasty because they're hemorrhaging players. Ticey tries to get off the spike. One more to find, but I don't think there's enough time.
Oh my god.
Something out of the Matrix there with everyone jumping around, but in the end, it is going to be ULF to win out.
Some very cagey rounds played, signifying the first half of a grand final, where both teams are chasing some of their first trophies in the cabinet. Strong start for Dynasty, but ULF clawing back. Are they able to react to their oppression as much in the second half?
And
So after the first half of play in this grand final, the team separated by only 2 rounds in the first map of this best of 5. ULF onto their defender's side, something which we didn't see all too much of, or wasn't much required against Mandatory. Improvements to be made from the last time they played Dynasty here, though, and a completely shake of setup.
Very deep. I mean, and full dart. Don't know how that couldn't be shot from stairs, but Neki now on stairs, looking to jump spot.
Yeah, just playing for that quicker rotation towards C, where there is a trap set up, laying in wait. Fabian pulls the trigger, and Tag goes down, hits the deck. Famsi by his side. Spike left on the A plate. And this is where Dynasty should look to accelerate a little bit now, but it's right into Neki. Quick double, and he's lined up for the third. It's Sop to steal it, and ULF to collect the pistol flawlessly.
A very well played pistol indeed. It is the weaker of the 2 sides for ULF, but Dynasty much better on their attack. That's one to note once we get to the rifle round. So now we can see ULF have the much better advantage and be able to bridge that gap towards 7-7.
That goes there.
For sure. And with how instrumental, I was gonna say, A lobby is to them, you can see the defense is trying to take that space, but it's on C of most interest to us right now.
Bring them down.
Dynasty with a full spy, heading into Echo with some pace here.
Famsi double satcheling all the way back. Echo needs to be careful. That's done good and dissuading. And, well, it still stays even all across the board. And ULF required to take a step back while that spike goes down.
Yeah, nothing held back from Dynasty in this second round, and they've still got utility in post. Poison Orb already up. Snakebite Seas and Paranoia in the back pocket. Plenty to counter.
ULF slowly making their way through. Shop doesn't know that there's a player right below him, and now we'll find out with Creamy Dreamy finding that kill. Advantage towards the Italian side as it is 3-2. Still trying to get out. Creamy Dreamy continuing on, and straight away Dynasty will answer back.
Few loose cannons, few missed shots already today in the server, but Dynasty won't mind. The play has gone their way so far, and it's such a bold call to make. But it does pay off, and once they get into post, you saw the Paranoia and the Snakebite towards Waterfall. Isolated Ordaz a little bit, struggled to get out, and just players peeking in solo on the ULF side. I come back to that conversation we were having about the comms again. You break down in those pivotal moments when things are going off script. And they find themselves in a whole heap of trouble right now.
Neki's Guardian is the highlight on this buy for the defense. They're all holding down B main, and there's a chance to collapse on Mound if they really want to.
Yeah, but how good is the utility going to be coming out from the door? You're really thinking about Fabian and the fault line, the breach pick, the nuance in this composition for ULF. And actually both initiators rotating over towards A. Neki's dart should come back up fairly soon, and that'll be an opportunity to collect some info as the round progresses beyond this Viper wall.
The thing that Dynasty are doing really well here is creating question marks that ULF really can't answer. They don't know about C Mound, they don't know about A Rubble, and ULF at this moment in time, they're completely falling trap to it because they're starting to move away from the A side.
Well, they're moving into it. They're reinforcing it with numbers now. There are bodies here. And that comes back to Sop in the middle of the map. But I think this is just a fake from Dynasty. Opening up tree, forcing Neki to face check. And he'll spot that this is clear on the way back out. So finally the penny drops for ULF to make that rotation happen. Echo's the only player who can find himself in position though.
Yeah, he's only got a shorty. Just looking to hold on towards Waterfall. That alarm bot identifying as well as the reveal. Beautiful stuff. Famsi, the one to slam dunk it home. And with time being so low, the spike almost being denied. So wait for a knife. It's chaos on the site, and Neki's thriving. Only momentarily though. It's a 1 versus 1. Wait, what?
Time! It was completely denied. Dynasty went for the open plant inside the smoke. Sop slides out, gets the info, takes Waddle off it. And then Neki just spams because he knows exactly where it's planted. There wasn't time to commit. You'll see it here in a second. Just ends up getting caught. And with Ordaz in there to deny it in full.
That's insane.
Waddle's hands busy. It's an absolute fumble in the next from Dynasty.
Yeah, I'm completely lost in the sauce. And that will recuperate ULF for a moment. At the same time though, it seems as if Dynasty, with a little bit of cash in the back pocket, are fancying a little half buy here, and it's back to the C site they go.
Yeah, Famsi inside his own paint shells. Moving towards Waterfall now, and wanting to catch Fabian on the jump out, but he'll survive with 31 points of HP to spare. Hunter's Fury sent into the mix here by Neki to try and claw back an advantage, but it's Ticey taking two. Quick double out the Stinger to give a man advantage to Dynasty.
Paranoia to clear backside is going to be huge, but look at Tag. Look how close he is to potentially stopping Audaz from doing this.
And the amount of time that's already been bought by the utility from Dynasty. Finally the floodgates open and ULF come to re-clear the space, putting the foot down. They'll find all the players inside the spike with just a single casualty. And so we will have a tied game when it looked like Dynasty was set up to create a 3-round lead and find their 9th. They've been held on 8.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most interesting matches that we've seen being played, considering how chaotic it's been on the C side. ULF starting to adapt to what Dynasty are putting forward. Tied game, but you look at that economy state, and both teams a bit of an interesting impasse.
Yeah, money isn't the best for either of them, and that's reflected from the rounds. It's a symptom of it. A slow start for both, really, in this grand final. Not a position that either have found themselves in all too often. A winning one in these best of 5s. The first trophy between the two of them taken by Dynasty this stage in Spain, and Famsi, starring in that performance, has the opening kill here.
A big player when it's needed. Sop another, looking for more. And he will be doubled up with Audaz, but Waddle has completely won out the fight. So it's a charge onto the A site in a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, shift of the narrative here. Fabian has a decision to make. Full utility belt and wants to anchor the site.
Wants to try and play for it. Util in pocket, a full belt, but doesn't want to opt for it. Knows that he has to try and fight and will lose out. Famsi even invests in the showstopper just to make sure that the round can't be won. The Cypher takes off guard the race, and it's a 1 versus 3 to try and pick up from.
Yeah, not one that Echo is favoured in though whatsoever. Has the spy cam, and that's about it. Has gotten past Ticey. What can he do with this timing?
Try and find a 1 versus 1 is probably the big thing for him, and Waddle isn't looking. Will turn round at the right time and find themselves 4 kills on the round. Nightfall online, and a big one at that to find. So Desire, Dynasty back in front.
That's what it's all about, right? Don't know what that's off to, the showstopper, but yeah, it's about writing a new legacy with this team, moving out of Italy into the Spanish league as it merged. A sad one for their regional fans at home, but so much has changed, and for the better for this team. Up against ULF's Eco now, a chance for them to fully course correct and find 10, but it's Sop at the gates once more.
In terms of flashes, there's not a whole lot to try and bust out of this smoke, so Dynasty respect it. Don't want to deal with it. You can see right now, there's a rolling thunder which Dynasty are going to walk right into.
It's a cam over the shoulder from Echo to try and get aggressive here. Similar piece from the strat book from ULF in the previous, but that Nightfall catching 3 targets quickly should signal that something was amok, and it's Famsi that just runs in their face, flies in it with 3 quick kills. Number 10 in the bag. That was a slight warning, but Dynasty ignore it.
So on top of that, the fact that you're seeing the Rays just straight away be prioritised the spike plan. Now that's the showstopper, 2 away from being found, and Sop to pick up with the Sheriff. So you can count this as a one round in Dynasty to find 10. Sop will have the overdrive in the next one. but a big ultimate on the Nightfall from Dynasty to open up that C site, and a lovely three-piece from Famzy, who has really impressed me throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, highest ACS of the event so far, clocking in at 254. Second to none. And finally getting his chance to star in one of these EMEA events after a couple of VCT games with GX at the end of last year. He's had to rebuild, as have Dynasty. They lost key players along the way. Batty G, Caden, Simon Dark, and even their coach. Almost a complete rebuild coming into stage 3. But he has absolutely starred and been the face of the best that still may be yet to come.
I mean, I think the most interesting statistic for me in the server right now is the fact that Ticey has 19 assists. That shows you how much that like you're seeing ULF try and push these smokes, try and be aggressive, and they're getting shut down because of it.
It's important that you raise that as well, because it will be a huge talking point of this timeout. The way that ULF try and play their defense naturally with this composition is in bursts, because you have signature utility on your Sovereign Breach, Recon, and the stun to come up. And you can't really maintain control too heavily, and I think this is something that we'll be talking about quite a lot, even moving into Haven, and how they try and create map control for themselves. You're seeing the trap plays set up. It's one of the ways that they can get value and try to punish Dynasty, which otherwise completely control the tempo of this attack side with their double controller. When they're raising question marks, ULF are forced to be proactive. But it's all a game of timing, and right now the attack is finding the better end of it.
Can they continue to, with Sop bringing out the operator as well? And with him also holding on to what is the overdrive. So if he needs a quick pop, can go for it. But it's a lot slower from Dynasty in this round.
Important that they create pressure, the attack side in B main now, because those two players from ULF out on sand suddenly tread on thin ice. The possibility of being collapsed upon from both sides, a real problem, as Sop is on the line with the operator. Ordaz here just trying to buy the space and time for him to find the shot, but it's Famzy instead. Another first blood for the Finn. ULF quickly shifting their focus over to the left-hand side, but Dynasty are still not fully committed with 60 seconds left to spare.
I mean, need to be making a decision on where they want to go soon, but an ultimate orb picked up and a decision made.
Yeah.
It seems to be the A side of the map.
They're just going to pull the plug on this one. Echo has the cam and the trap towards A, but ULF lack meaningful information at this stage in the round. They used the recon to clear out B main, but that one's gone cold.
Left.
Dynasty quite slow in their uptake though, 25 seconds. And starting to set up for the B split. This is where ULF have the majority of their forces. Couple of bodies, attention caught towards the A side. Neki needing to fight into main and getting caught off guard. Showstopper in, won't land. Aftershock buying a little bit of time, and the spike is still not down. ULF in position to try and deny this. It's Echo over the top, and he's done it. The sand here in the bottom of the hourglass is enough to win ULF their 9th. Dynasty put in such a strong position mid-round, but just cannot convert.
This is a problem that Dynasty have found a second time. In this map alone, they are the ones who are ultimately deciding their own fate with how late they're leaving these rounds. And they've given a lifeline to the defense when realistically, us at home watching this should be thinking, hey, listen, this is Dynasty's chance to go and put this game to bed, put this map to bed. But unfortunately, ULF are up and ready to go with 4 ultimates in their back pocket.
It's a huge opportunity for them to kick on while the cash flow might not be there. Could very quickly streamline some success, and this tricky triad of players is again pushed up, this time outside of C. Waiting for some kind of contact, but there comes to a point where you just need to take that space for yourself.
The cam would have been heard when it's been tapped on. The Viper's Pit, obviously the big component in this round for Dynasty, but need to be careful of a Rolling Thunder or any retake tool that all really decide to go for. They're holding on to the extremity of the site, but Ticey's looking to take it, and it's unfortunately denied by Neki. Spike on the floor, we settle it 3-3.
And the pick goes in. Neki again delivering, but here comes the rest of ULF.
Everybody stunned up. I mean, Famzy less so because he was only hit by the Neon Bolt. Creamy Dreamy's still alive and keeping himself alive with Famzy. And it's left Fabian in a 1 versus 2. And he has to try and get round the pit. Decayed and his time wasting away. ULF's chances wasting away as there was ultimates invested there and they did not find the value.
Big pieces played in. This was huge from Neki. I thought he'd just about done enough to set his team up for success. But the breach ult is never what you want to try and counter a Viper there on site. Lacking the drone, of course, as the captain falls. And with this kind of purchase, Dynasty are 12 rounds, map point inclined on their opening pick in this best of 5.
Slow, taking their time with this C piece. Gotta remember this is the defensive eco and echo in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Gets caught off guard.
Nice shot back from Neki. He's been the one consistent factor about this defense and how it functions, but not the first time we've seen the Cypher wander in front of their own setup. With Sheriffs in hand, it's one of the chances to do it, and even more investments being made. The Hunter's Fury getting 2 tags. That's fuel to the fire of ULF.
Oda's clearing through main, will even pick up another. So this has all been thrown into the wayside, and Dynasty feeling that they have to invest the lockdown. This is another ultimate, but Shop is the one finding the value. Running all the way through, clearing everyone out. 2 players detained. It's up to Waddle. He'll at least find the Neon. Doesn't get the kill, hello? And he's down to 15 points of health. This might be a worthwhile investment from the Turkish side, and it seems to be the case. Is the answer straight back?
Dynasty really struggling to win the easy ones and then converting the rounds that perhaps shouldn't favor them. Another Thrifty in this opening map, and it's ULF again to take it. Ticey quick to punish Echo, but with those 2 tags from the Hunter's Fury, Sop knows it's a target-rich environment, a softened one at that. And Waddle, as he steps up to the plate, can't swallow the 1v4.
Yeah, it's a tough one, to be honest. Not even just to swallow, to watch as well, because you know that Dynasty have what it takes, but it seems as if they've just had a little wobble on the past couple rounds with the way that things have gone. And with that, we settle ourselves in a position where the only real ultimate that's close will be Waddle's, so that's maybe worth 1 round. And then realistically, it's just a bare knuckle brawl till the end.
And from this series, of course, we know that one of these teams will leave as top seed. What you really want to see from each of them is a little bit of conviction in how the Valorant is being played. And right now, it's almost absent from the server at times in these bigger moments. When you want to see Dynasty take control, have a bit more authority, especially in the gun rounds up against the ecos, but all for punishing them and showing their mechanical ability. The question then becomes, how far does that go when we get to Ascension? Do the same problems come back up? For now though, a huge swing round. Rifles on both sides, and Dynasty the first team to reach the B site.
There's smoke being deposited all the way deep into B to fake out the Ticey ultimate, but luckily enough the Sova is there.
Neki's kind of just completely ignored it.
Yeah. come out, a double setup in towards Heaven. ULF losing out on that. And it seems if we're going to see Famzy baited for. Shop worried, utility invested to make sure they hold on to that space. But Famzy is the one that ultimately will lose out. And we're seeing ULF make real inroads in towards the site. But out of nowhere, the players from main activate. big pieces coming through, and a 3 versus 2 in which ULF need to try and get in from. It's going to be a tough ask, and we're even seeing players have to go to pistols. Fabian has no health and no time, and it'll be Dynasty to find 12.
Match point.
And the call to take the B site like that, you can only applaud it. 5 players through main, and then they start to fight towards Hobbit. And the platform in upper. Kind of wondering, is there a second layer to it whatsoever? It was just honest Valorant more than anything else.
Let's make them dance.
And now into the final round. The bite not completely broken. Enough money left in the coffers for SOP to be placed on the op again. Already aggressive in the C positioning. Just outside the audible range of tag jump spotting this.
And Taisy's walked straight into the operator, unfortunately, so entry found, and it seems as if Dynasty are ready and very happy to go and try and chase this. SOP being dissuaded from another angle, Fabian isn't, and he will give the trade straight back.
SOP still here hanging around with the op though. Is going to fully concede the space, or so you'd think. He's still fighting.
And well, Famsy's chasing him down, and he's low himself. He needs to be careful. A paranoia to try and set up the next fight.
What?
And somehow still wins out. Brings the showstopper online, and that's going to stop anybody trying to get any further forward.
Yeah, still has a fast lane to try and work with here, but the round is done.
Win.
It's a Famsy quad to end Lotus. 13-10, the scoreline 3 rounds narrower than it was when they faced in the upper bracket final. But Dynasty taking control of this series as we expected them to do so.
Yeah, I mean, they did have the advantage in the veto, but I do worry that the 2 maps that they were able to win out in the best of 3 against ULF are the first 2 maps in this best of 5. So there is worrying signs now as we start to move into the next map.
There absolutely is. We'll see what the weather report is from the desk though, and how much trouble they think ULF might be in.
Yeah, I mean, look, cloudy at the moment, I would say. It's actually cloudy outside, so it kind of makes sense. But yes, for ULF, first chance to take a map off of Dynasty in the first 3 here slips away from their grasp. But it was a very good attempt. These guys definitely showed up today. It took them a little bit to get into the game because Famsy was just popping off in the first few rounds. But I think Dynasty also just... they're on something today. Both teams really showed up to play. That's what we can gain out of that one. But I think Dynasty were always the favorites going into it. So that scoreline, I think, very accurately reflects that they're both on very level terms at the moment, which for ULF, it does pose some problems, right? If you're on even terms and you're going into 3 maps that aren't in your favor, that's not a great start. However, there is a door. There's a very small sliver for them to walk through, but I think ULF have a chance here.
Yeah, the 22 kills that I said that Famsy had a record in this tournament, that was broken. It's so much. By 5 kills, 7 entries as well. Famsy started with 3k on the pistol round and continued the roll on, but that was not the only great thing that Dynasty had. I believe that round 22 timeout from Dynasty was one of the best timeouts that they could have had. I don't know whether it was Bromas, whether it was called from Tag to inform his team that this B side is usually clear, or it was from Taisi or whoever it was. That was great call. They got to the site in 15 seconds. I think Spike even, they got the Spike down in like 15-20 seconds. That B was completely open. They got so much ground there, and that was a great call. That was right after the timeout, and from that they got to that 12th round. But kudos to ULF. That's the best result that anyone has gotten against Dynasty in this map, in this tournament. That was incredible from them, and I do love what ULF did with this composition. I kind of asked for ULF to not stick by when they go for the post plant, and that's exactly what they did. They pushed through, they pushed for the information, they pushed for the ground, and took a lot of ground, actually put a lot of pressure in the Dynasty and forced Dynasty to use a lot of utility before they even got to that site retake. So I do think ULF's post plants were much better than that they were against Dynasty 2 days ago.
Yeah, unfortunately for ULF, getting 10 rounds does not mean anything at this point. You cross the line at 13, and that is exactly what Dynasty have done with their first map pick. It's expected. ULF, yes, it's very encouraging that they did get that many rounds. It's very encouraging that they took as many off of a Dynasty that have looked incredible on Lotus so far as they did. The attempt to change things up didn't quite work, but at the very least they've learned something from that, and moving into Ascension, that is very useful knowledge. But now they're onto their own map pick, and it is not a map pick that Dynasty are any less comfortable on. So we'll be back with Haven very shortly to see if ULF can get one on their opponents.
And
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights seated like a ghost town. Got the body frags heading off.
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. We are back with Map 2 here in our series between Dynasty and ULF Esports. ULF narrowly missing out on the win on Lotus. It's the best result anybody's got against Dynasty over the course of this event, but no cigar, right? And they're moving on to Haven now, which it was an interesting pick. We thought they would go for Ascent. We thought they'd have a better chance on Ascent. they have given that up. They've gone for Haven. They've picked into Dynasty in a sense.
Yeah, I imagine they got confidence from that match against Mandatory yesterday, and they were like, okay, Haven was pretty good for us. Echo was feeling himself there. I think a lot of the other players were feeling themselves as well there. They got a lot of entries, so maybe they were like, okay, Haven felt good yesterday, let's go into that map. But when we take a look a little bit further back when they played against Dynasty, that was something that was really rough for ULF. We saw Echo, Neki pop off there, but I think rest of the team, they were really struggling, especially Sop. He couldn't quite get anything done with that Neon. I think a lot of the entry duels that he went for were unsuccessful. Sure, he didn't die that many times compared to his entries, but I do feel like that was such a struggle for them. They couldn't quite get the ball rolling because they started on the defensive side as well, and Dynasty just rolled with that.
Yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle for them once again, but the fact that they picked it does mean at the very least that they feel more confident on it than last time they played, which is an encouraging thing to see. I mean, look, win against Mandatory is definitely no small feat, and honestly, their second half was exemplary, right? That was the one map I would say Mandatory really put up a fight. In the first half, they went 8-4, and ULF only gave them one round, in the second half, making it 13-9. So they have definitely shown, at the very least on the attacking side, that they have what it takes. It's just they need to execute it on the server with, in my opinion, a much more difficult team against them.
Yeah, but I do love how they already played Lotus with this composition. They went for these aggressive picks, and when they lost control of the other side of the map, maybe lost a player as well, they switched it up. I do not like the switch. I actually don't like the switch from Neon to Jet. Sure, I think Sop has been struggling in this map with the Neon, but I do think the Neon promotes their attacking side so much more, finding a lot of value. Sure, maybe Sop isn't getting all of those kills, but I do think he's getting a lot of value out of Neon being so fast, getting ground. Maybe this Jet promotes more of the operator play. Probably it's a comfort pick. I would imagine that this is for sure a comfort pick, but once again, ULF kind of switching up their composition here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The swap, I don't know what to expect here, because so half one, ULF, over the course of the first 12 rounds, they won 4 rounds and Sop dropped 5 and 10 on the Neon. In the second half, when they did win the rest of the rounds, that is, 9 rounds in the second half, Sop dropped 6 and 5 on the Neon. So it is a change that I think makes sense if that is what he thinks was the issue, right? If that's what he thinks was holding him back is the Neon, it just wasn't working for him, then I get it, it's a comfort pick, that's absolutely fine. But I do think it's a weird kind of change to the composition when it worked last time about. Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest victory in the world, but yesterday it did look good from them. So this is intriguing, right? You need to try something different against a team that did beat you on this map last venture out against them. So we'll see. This is still a very much Dynasty-sided series so far, but if ULF can turn this around here, that is when we are starting to get a series on our hands. I'm going to throw it over now to Hazard and Cairo. We'll see if it can happen for them.
Yeah, first 2 maps of this series, majorly important. The ones which Dynasty lost in their Spanish Grand Final attempt in Murcia. And for ULF on the other side, they're yet to win a map in a Grand Final, albeit against BBL Pacific, but 2 3-0s faced up against them. And an opportunity here, early doors, for it to end in a similar fashion. Things need to get back on track fairly soon.
And to further emphasise your point, again, I just have to reiterate, Dynasty did play this map against ULF in the best of 3 in the upper bracket final, which Dynasty won out 13-6, dominant fashion. They'll start again, this time on the attack, where Dynasty have an 80% win rate.
What a domination from them. This event already scaling up behind the passive pressure of the Viper wall, and it reached tipping point early. Neki the one on the ground first. Sop far from it, raised by the boxes above his head, and he's gonna drop down a couple bullets on Dynasty in the process. more than the sum of his efforts.
Back up.
And with them still holding on here, Ordaz walking out early. I mean, in fact, the flood is already fully in motion. I don't know what the plan is from ULF, but from the frying pan, they go into the flames, and it's another pistol round picked up.
Yeah, Dynasty burn them to a crisp. It's an electric start. And yeah, I mean, sure, Sop does well to get the double here. He gets the advantage, unlucky with the dash. Trying to maybe go for one more isn't the idea play, but it's from this CT position that I'm really worried about ULF, because they just send it forward. There's no thought trying to flood back in when you could set yourself up with utility.
Here.
Yeah, we want to see a better version of ULF on their defender side in this rematch. I think there was a very apt discussion on Twitter over the last 24 hours or so. To Haven, started off by Angel, talking about the difference in teams that play scripted compositions, you know, with the breach here, relying on your set plays, your retakes, and how that works for a younger group like ULF. And the composition that Dynasty are running as a counter to that. Already, Famzy has fallen, and Tag's going to drop here in the round as well. Already getting proactive through middle is the defense. This really shouldn't be the round that they retort in.
Yeah, not with the buy. I mean, fair enough, in the last time that we've seen an Antico won by the worse offside was Dynasty forcing up. And it's getting worse.
Yeah, Waddle has information on where Ordaz is, and Creamy has also found a kill that's paved the way for him to then walk over towards the A side. They can couple the two up. Waddle will get the info from the recon as well about Fabian, and just can't quite close the distance quickly enough. It will finish 2-on-2.
Spike planted.
There's upgrades to be found for the last two coming in. The most important thing is the utility built on both. Still have cam, still have info, and most importantly, still have the L drone to clear out these key corners.
At the same time, Creamy and Waddle both with post-plant util. This Marshall looking to get active, little behind the curve, can't catch Echo, he'll find Waddle instead, and now Creamy put in a position of panic. First bit of util comes out, missed the mark, and it's Echo to clean up. Another eco from ULF in this grand final.
I mean, sometimes taking your ones is the way to do it. Winning out your fights. I mean, that's what DSY tried to do. And I mean, shots missed, worryingly so for Dynasty. Apologies.
This goes here.
In the same way that Dynasty should be looking to punish the way that ULF play with a sense of rhythm, that utility cycle I spoke so much about on Lotus, also a factor here. The timing of the peaks taken in the previous completely rocked the attack. And now with a couple of stingers brought up, hero rifle on Famzy, they're going to go straight for the jugular with another B play.
Spike in the back, you've got Famzy on a rifle. That's the big key element here in terms of weaponry.
So from Ordaz up above, looking to try and get something done. The trades are quick and efficient. Fabian with a double tag next up as the fight continues to take calls through C-Link. Ticey backing all the way out, leaving Waddle behind as the last man standing. He will fall with all the rest. ULF in the lead early doors.
There will still be a buy for the attack in this next round. That 80% statistic we came in with in terms of attack rounds won is starting to fall to the wayside a little bit for Dynasty, as we're seeing a real resurgence for ULF, and that's going to gain them confidence, considering after the last map where things maybe didn't look as cohesive as what they had previously did in series.
I will stop that breach.
In round 4, it's an early op for Sop as well. Down C long early, and ULF trying to fight into a lobby. Wondering when we were going to see this crop up, because they've directly challenged the Viper wall. They'll get one for their efforts, but it's at the cost of Fabian, and that's precious utility lost in the late stages of this round.
Yeah, any team would trade their duelist for an initiator or controller. All going silent though. A contact up from Waddle. You can see right now Dynasty are starting to make their way throughout the rest of the map. A little pressure put to the A side, and this is where the big stack is for the defense.
Yeah, does bait out the recon.
Oh, but that's
which
two
is
rifles.
broken. Yeah, a couple of players, but no more than ULF expect at this point in time. Still resting on this setup with mid left open. That is where the questions start to creep into the back of their mind.
30 seconds left.
Take it
threw out the smoke to try and fake it, but there's nobody there on B.
Oh, big shot. Paranoia was being kept in hand, and ULF immediately react off the back of it. Still a 2 versus 2 on site. Make that 1 versus 2. As Tax found himself all the way up towards Graffiti and shut down. Dynasty's attack, I mean, it's starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it is. It's just not getting started more than anything else. Those opening kills so important to the way that they're playing. Famzy finding one there, you thought with Fabian down, it was a huge opportunity, but if you're not able to manipulate the rotates, then I think the value of taking the breach offline is kind of lost, because you have players hard bunkering the sites. That's how ULF like to play their defender's side. Much more protocol heavy. They're looking for that A over rotation a lot of times as a win condition. When they can't maintain the lobby control, they play from site instead. Just the lack of due diligence, I think, on Dynasty's behalf to actually search out a gap on the map, because the whole of B in Garage was left completely open.
Yeah, you were really expecting more from Dynasty at this moment in time, demanding more, because with this, the way that this is going, the ULF defense will be able to gain a massive advantage. The attack economy starting to not find itself in a good spot, and the worst part about it is when you see Dynasty find those buys, it's actually ULF that are first to the races in the ultimate game as well, so they have what will be the winning margin, you would say, just because of the fact that circumstantially Echo can invest his neural theft if they find a chance to.
Dynasty kept honest with the purchase here. It's Stingers they bring out into mid. Sop not wanting to get overwhelmed here on the operator, and not really in the position to anchor the site with this gun either, so drops off to C-Link. And ULF are going to be playing a true 5 versus 5 in this retake.
Yeah, need to be careful of the 5 Stingers as well, though, and they're even going to invest the ultimate here. Can't quite find the value. The last tag there is good, and Fabian's capitalization even better. Those 2 ultimates that we're talking about have been invested on the eco round to stop Dynasty getting a chance. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. They just want to make sure they're going to get this one over the line, but it's not fully certain just yet. Tag still trying to get back onto deny the player on the spree. And it gets a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Tag's hitting heads no matter the gun. Even if it shoots at 100 RPM.
Keep swinging.
And I'm talking rounds per minute. As Dynasty are the ones with their heads left spinning. 4-1 the scoreline, but they do have the ults coming back in, and that's the one rebuttal that they're going to be relying on. So many rounds from the attack last time were sort of set up with these pacey plays, whether it was direct into A, direct into C. We've not seen that on a gun round from them yet, and when you have the Hunter's Fury and the Overdrive, there's huge potential to pile on that pressure early.
There's also that aspect of ULF having played against this composition, knowing exactly what Dynasty are going to want to do, and setting up a game plan for that.
Exactly, and we saw that against Mandatory yesterday. I mean, the hard reads in the 3-0, you discount Vlad, and you discount the result because he was so key in setting them up.
Well, Sop has been set up. He's taken a little bit of damage from a molly, but he's still not been found. The operator now announcing itself, continuing on, looking for another, but it's not to be advised. Odaz also keeping on towards long, and it seems as if Tag was going to go for an investment of the ultimate, decides against it, and it's on towards A.
Yeah, a little bit deeper, realizes, okay, we have 2 picks lobby, probably playing a bit more passive here, Ulf. The Rolling Thunder goes in, Echo's jumping over the top of this, what is going on?
Yeah, trying to
another calamitous flood attempt from Ulf, and now short-handed coming into the retake.
It's a little bit too quick. I understand what they're trying to do. You can see the idea, but it feels inexperienced, I think, is the key word you would put. Find herself in a 2 versus 2, but both players for Dynasty are together, not for all. Fabian drops out of Heavy and still gets a pick somehow. Waddle last time out was the man to beat. Can he be that man once again? A tap of the Spike, waiting for the swing, but it's on the other side of the box. Spike's already been halved. Waddle needs to get a move on! And his timing's just right.
And that's a perfectly played clutch from Waddle. This opening pick from Sop, great. Ordaz tries to follow it up, a little bit laboured. And yeah, just in terms of actually bringing the numbers together and playing that retake, it's really frustrating to watch for Ulf because it feels like they're in 2 different minds. Coming back to Waddle though, when he fires that recon, he immediately knows that Neki has repositioned in front of the box and has to play passive himself there in that moment. Even with the ult. It's an absolute exhibition.
Wow, an ult wasted from Ulf, but not an ult wasted from Dynasty. These ultimates have been spaced perfectly, and Waddle comes out with another 2. The site taken and Spike can don't go down.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Dynasty shifting through the gears, showing Ulf what they can do when traveling at terminal velocity. Still the blades left for Sob to come back in here, but you're not expecting all that much in the 1 versus 5.
Yeah, this would have to be one of the most monumental clips that we've seen. The blades already have missed and they're gone, as well as Sob. A flawless round to answer what has been a great start to Ulf, and we're within 1.
Yeah, and just straight out of the timeout, you can see the call from Bromas. Guys, just if you're not comfortable interacting in that mid-round, play more directly, because it's going to force Ulf to react. That's what I was talking about, you know, this comp that relies on having these scripted pieces. When you get chaotic, when you throw stuff at them, they are going to struggle. Even the extra utility there from Tag, those nanos, to stop them from either flooding into backside or disengaging, just makes life so difficult. And even the same here on Sob. Look at the damage.
I mean, the utility has been perfect, but once again, it's a straight up Route 1 play on towards the B site. Fabian at the back of it is holding on, and even found an advantage in which Ulf can play within. Viper's Pit to hold on towards the site, and there's players playing within it. Ticey doesn't know there's players behind him, and that's going to be the worst part for him. Trying to spam through, the chaos still ensuing, but it's Tag and Creamy to hold on, and they're doing it. Oh my god, it's Tag's classic! And Fabian, the man who got the advantage, has watched it all fall away.
Oh my god!
It's Dynasty making for a piece!
That is unbelievable. Tag and Creamy in the pit with Ticey. Former teammates of years gone by, and if there was any time to call a timeout for the defense, it would be now. Slips right through the fingertips. The setup was there, but it's the same situation we've seen before. Players one at a time trying to clear corners. And I come back to the point that I made right at the start of the day, the comms.
Yeah.
When you're fighting into a Viper's Pit, it has to be on point, because if it's not, then that happens.
I mean, the fact that we find ourselves in a position like this after such a great start, but it's, as you said, it's also the comms, right? But there has been the plan creation, the over-eagerness to fight for Ulf. I think it's like multiple issues. It's death by 1,000 cuts in terms of the way that they've been playing this. It feels as if they had a great start with the eco round, the Thrifty, on the second, and then they got a little bit too complacent in the way that they've been playing this defence, and now they find their buy broken, and Dynasty another chance to really extend this lead.
Yeah, coming into the rifle round. These have not been guaranteed for Dynasty up until this point. It is important to mention, ULF have won a handful of ecos already, with us only a couple of maps into this grand final. Much heavier start from the defense towards A though. And you can see how Dynasty have shifted their game plan. They're playing in groups, they're playing in a pack. And with the C-long extremity rarely touched so far this game, that pick onto Ordaz should be the floodgates now open for them to scale up onto the site.
Yeah, shots to make sure there's no more Cypher traps, nothing to catch them off guard. And with 5 players bunkered in, there should be absolutely no way that ULF get back, especially with the Viper's utility. Everything's spot on for Dynasty here.
I mean, how much would you be willing to wager that Dynasty are guaranteed to win this?
I would wager for my full hair, the hair on the top of my head.
Well, good thing, well, I'm not going to need to ask you who your barber is then, because it's looking comfortable as ever. It's flawless, in fact. Dynasty doing you a favor there, but once they get in that position, it's cutthroat.
I need this.
Well, advantage confirmed by Dynasty, and they can continue to march on in the coming rounds if they're able to break this by here. The only thing that hangs in the balance is what ultimates come online. Circumstantial, I know, but you look at Waddle and Neki, one off of their Hunter's Fury. You've got Fabian, who's one off of his Rolling Thunder, and Tag 2 away from the lockdown. These are key pieces that could decide the round.
Definitely. And right now, it's Dynasty going through the motions yet again. Oh, Famsi just about jumped over the trap and then walks back into it. Backpedals into trouble and into Ordaz, dropping in with a bang. And that's how he'll finish it. 4 kills from the Vandal. A flawless 5th for ULF, right back in the saddle.
I don't think there's going to be much to decide between these two. And not only that, you look at the ultimates and what comes out the other end, ULF have the advantage for the coming rounds. They should have what it takes to finish out this map with an advantage.
It's honestly a double-edged sword, these executions from Dynasty, because they know we can completely overwhelm ULF if we hit a site and it's not prepared for us. But when the defense calls for that quick rotation, sure, they don't have the Neon anymore to go ahead and join up, but they've got more than enough firepower and a stockpile of utility to send our direction. That's where you want to see a little bit more in the mid-round, and here already, Fabian down to 9 has to tread with caution for the next minute 20. Oh, what a shot from Famsi.
Yeah, Fabian's lucky that it was the wall which the bullet went through first before entering his dome. And yeah, a lovely entry on Hunter's Fury straight back in. And a trade out on towards Tag, which is the lockdown offline. But so is Echo, so no more Cypher utility. Famsi finding Neki, A site open.
Yeah, running rampant. Echo has not had the best of performances so far this map. And from the defender's side, where you're expecting him to get aggressive, oh, it's Ordaz to fill the neutral ground as Dynasty are only just arriving on site.
Oh, he's been hit by every bit of utility, I think. The shorties make short work of him. So it's just Fabian on those 9 points of health that he's been able to survive upon.
Saving the Rolling Thunder, expecting that interaction between it and the lockdown. Whoever's going to bite first. As Fabian has managed to pick off the initial engagement. That's Famsi's off out of the picture, so just Rifles now in front.
It's a player too low. Creamy is the one flanking right round, so he'll find that last kill and give Dynasty at least even on the half. And yeah, I feel as if everything that we expect in these rounds is not what's going to happen, right? In my head, I'm thinking, oh, Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, ULF will just make a play, at least play for retake, not let themselves get caught off guard. And then there's like, what, 3 1 versus 1s that they give Dynasty?
Yeah. Yeah, Dynasty and ULF both living and dying by the pre-round call at this point in time, because it is a stylistic matchup, and you're expecting the attack to be forcing the lockdown here into sewers. So a trap placed by Echo, seeing if maybe Sop's in position to profit from it, but just the passive pressure of the Viper Wall instead. Dynasty now starting to lean towards this C execution, which has looked so strong up until this point.
And the fact that it's only Audaz on the site, Necky's trying to get close, play within the corner. A big paranoia stops the players trying to get out. Both of these teams trying to contest for first seed, and they're making it a big bout here. A 3 versus 3, Rolling Thunder straight in. Creamy able to get a shot off. That's unbelievable, stunned up. And Fabian now stuck in a corner.
He's yet to be cleared though. Waddle finally catches him with a drone. That's the chance for Creamy. Tag to take it.
You should run.
And Dynasty with the advantage on the half, calling their name. 7-5. A gap of just 2 rounds into the break.
Wow, Dynasty so far with this composition have been able to get 80% of rounds won on the attack. It won't be the same in this match, but it's going to be all up to the defense if they're able to close it out and make it 2-0 in this best of 5. A long way back for ULF. A pistol round could do it, but we'll find that out after the break.
And
It was the deciding map in the series in the upper bracket final, which Dynasty was able to win out against ULF. It's not been the same dominant start they had last time, but it's certainly looking good here as they move on to the defense.
Yeah, and with Dynasty back on the defense, with this comp, with the double controllers, it should be fairly comfortable for them to hold the chokes and then play for a set retake if they have an advantage. ULF just need to make sure if they can get themselves to post plant, they're saving key utility, and they are ready to recontest Dynasty when they make their reprisal.
Well, the B site has been completely given to the attack right now, and they're even going to go ahead and take extra space in that A-link.
Serious comfort about how ULF have managed to walk in the door here, but that's the numbers, and Waddle has the util to re-clear back in. Fight taking place from Garage, and it turns to a 5 versus 3 now.
Yeah, slowly players are dwindling away in the 1 versus 1s that they're taking, not realising the position that other players are in. And Dynasty right now, they've played a perfect game. Paranoia in, Audaz still not found, but he's the real man who makes the difference. And look at this, it's an advantage now for the attack, or so it would seem. Audaz now having to clutch up against 2, but can't do it. And a big pistol round win will kick Dynasty far in front.
Yeah, Dynasty won both pistol rounds last time out between these two teams. It made a hell of a lot of difference, and I think we could be heading in a similar direction here. Completely conceding the A-link space, knowing that they can retake it as a group, buying the attention of ULF in the process at the very least, which breaks one arm off this post plant. But both teams with the right kind of idea coming in, it's just a huge win for Dynasty.
It's even going to be, interestingly enough, a hero outlaw. We've seen a few of the Turkish teams try and do this. Most importantly, I think in the back of my head, it was Foot that did it first. From the back, from what I remember.
Yeah,
but
Zeus was doing this quite a lot. We saw Levin as well, both of the Turkish teams in VCT.
Thanks for reminding me, mate. I know my memory's not what it used to be, but SOP has made the value and found Famzy straight away.
So it's an early pick. But in terms of how that shifts the defensive setup, it doesn't do all too much. It drags Ticey over for a moment, but ULF aren't expected to hit the B site here. And with the drone scaling up C long and finding a tag on that man exactly. Oh, it's Ticey who goes down in Garage instead. Now real problems for Dynasty.
After your comment on Lotus about how well Dynasty do to convert their anti-ecos, it looks like they're going to lose another one right here. A 4 versus 2 in which we should see ULF win, and certainly shall. As Creamy Dreamy has to win a 1 versus 4 with a Bulldog. I mean, the players all now know where he is, and he's waiting for the peaks to come his way. Not giving him though. Looking to play in a stack. An up-down setup, Odaz, the one up high, and Neki just using the Spectre to his advantage. The spam either way working out, but time is the most important factor, as we know, in a retake. And Creamy Dreamy, I think, is happy to throw in the tilt and keep that Guardian in his hands.
ULF's game plan in this round, just hunting for a pick with that Outlaw, and it works perfectly up against what Dynasty want to try and do, because they're waiting for that first sign of contact to pull the trigger and drop the smokes. Whether it's the Viper Wall across B and A, or the Omen set up on their left-hand side. Ticey just caught face checking here. And when you know that Outlaw's in play, you want to be on the off angles as much as possible. Make it really difficult for SOP to clear you out, but ULF very swift to get numbers on side and stop Dynasty from making this look more dominant than it is. I mean, think back to the last map even as well. They still ended up winning Lotus 13-10, and maybe we're shaping up to a similar situation here. ULF just needing to win those rounds of tight margins more than anything.
I would agree. The only thing that I would say about this is Dynasty being on a Haven defense feels so much harder than that of Lotus, just because of the, I say longer rotations, about the same, but you get the idea that I'm going for. I don't know why. I think it's maybe the B side that feels a little bit harder.
I guess so. I'll let you think about that one. You come back and
give me a second, mate. Thank you very much.
But that's fine. For now, Dynasty looking at a C gamble, a stack, and as they overload the space, ULF start to crumble. 2 kills already picked up, and look, if ULF want to play into A for a retake, this is something Dynasty will be happy to do. The Viper Wall is there. It's going to cut off the players from sight. I'd be happy to say right now that unless Neki and Ordaz come up with some big plays on those rifles, Dynasty are in with a serious shout here to make it 9.
There's good utility to come back in with. I know you spoke about the Viper's wall, but it's more the drone that Waddle's bought up, as well as an info dart. And then on top of that, you've got Ticey's smokes.
Someone's got a oh, okay, Ticey. Yeah, those smokes are gone now. Expecting the recon to float in from Waddle. It's a little bit late. Trying to take the fights preemptively so he can set it up. That was very disjointed from Dynasty in the end. And from a 4 versus 3, it's going to turn 3 versus 0. There's nothing left to be said of that defensive retake.
Yeah, they've been a bit over-eager, maybe the word you choose, I don't know. I've used that word for ULF, but Dynasty, yeah, maybe not thinking about some of the decisions they made on this site. Denial, it's pretty good stuff. And Ticey on the retake, even with a numbers advantage, can't find it.
Like that recon was just a little bit late there from Waddle, and I'm wondering, does he want his teammates to start taking fights so there's no one on ULF to break it? Because he's been using that same set utility almost every retake that Dynasty have done. So if you're prepared to face them, on the A site, then you know what you're coming up against. Here's the rifle though, and here's Sop again.
Yeah, Outlaw in hand and 4 players within striking distance. He can take his pick of who he wants to try and find, but Dynasty have learned their lesson. They're giving absolutely nothing away.
It's all 5 in striking distance. There's not a single player on heavy shields at this point in time, so it should be ULF just contacting up, taking as much space as they can. They're very methodical in how they play this attack side, which for their comp, which is so built on those set executions, grouping up, playing to finish on the same side of the map. Echo, once again, finding value on this attack side.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an uptick, and all for looking to take up B at this moment in time, as Echo still looks to poke and prod the A site. He could potentially turn into a late joker, as it still looks to fall apart for Dynasty, and it continues to do so. ULF have won every single one of their fights. It looks to be flawless. If Creamy Dreamy could deny it, it won't be. 8-8, and I would argue we're in timeout territory.
Yeah, potentially. We'll have to see how Dynasty feel about it, but I can't help but agree. It's so important for the attack that Echo is starting to light up the server a little bit more here as well, especially in those opening duels, because you even look back to yesterday against Mandatory, he had 12 opening engagements won to only 4 lost, plus 8 in the green. The heaviest contributor, heavier than Sop, in finding them those gaps. And if you're gonna beat this Dynasty defense, it's probably going to be him.
I would agree. I mean, he's been very good at lurking, very good at like finding his timings. I mean, last map wasn't too impressive, and I think as well his sights were identified as a weakness by Dynasty, with the amount of times they would just be like, right guys, let's go and hit C, and the amount of times he would be successful in getting to post plan.
Because you're just looking for him taking that extra step, and he does it so often. It's how their bind defense is almost built upon him just being a little bit more aggressive, and that transfers over to the attack side with license to do it under a little bit less pressure, I think, when the whole of your setup isn't riding on his shoulders. And while it's not been the best of appearances so far, it's getting better.
What is it they say?
Waddle's thinking about peeking this.
He is, and he's going to be hitting in towards an outlaw.
He has a full utility belt. It's just holding for the walkout.
No, it's not one that he wants to find. This Eldrone will find the Cypher, but not the Jet, so the time taken.
And it's just so well set up by ULF. They bait for the drone, and then Sop comes back onto the line. A little bit schoolboy from Waddle there. It is a half investment, and you can see Dynasty are trying to create a question mark towards A and really force this attack to re-clear it, but they will, with numbers.
It's Tacey's Stinger, supported by that of Creamy.
Just trying to look for the timing here. Now position put under scrutiny, though, as the spit comes in, and that's it. Creamy's still left.
Yeah, but there's not much. Not much going to happen there. I mean, that's the thing. If there's a player that you want to depend upon right now, it would be Waddle, who's probably, alongside Tag, the most experienced when it comes to grand finals in this server, especially winning them.
Yeah, Tag celebrating his 3-year anniversary with the club just before Ascension, of course. Face of their former glory at the top of Italy Rinascimento. But with that now behind them and the Spanish League title taken for the first time, it's this Challengers EMEA final stage which would give them the biggest advantage heading into the part of the year where the team has often struggled.
First seed on the line for Ascension, and Sop on the line to deny Famzy already. So an advantage for the attack, which ULF, I mean, on Haven have started to look a whole lot better. understanding what they need to do, waiting for Dynasty to try and push them, and it seems as if this much more slower approach is finding all the chances. Sop though, not considering the position of B main on the right side, and it finds a kill.
Yeah, such a quick rotation. Dynasty getting bodies on A before the exit comes in.
Oh, but they've not cleared Waddle. He takes his time and maybe baited Ticey a little bit there. An ultimate invested to try and get the information, and ULF, well, they'll capitalise off the back of it. So, spike down, and 1 versus 3 for tag to attempt.
Yeah, he's not going to be given anything here either. Everyone on ULF just waiting for the drop in. It's as simple as that. A pull of a string, the guillotine drops to his head. And there are 10 rounds on the board for the Turkish second seed. Cairo, I gotta say, a round like this, you felt like Dynasty put everything in place, every single measure that they could possibly have wanted, and still, when it comes to the fights, when it comes to the trading, ULF looking that bit more efficient.
I thought for a minute I'd heard the neural theft actually being thrown in, but I don't know if that was denied at the last minute. And there is ultimates in play for either side, and I think that's where we'll see where this match is going to go, whether it is going to be ULF to win out, or whether it is going to be Dynasty to come back into this. The Turkish side in a commanding lead, even though it is 2 rounds. It feels like, oh my god, Echo.
Feels like a whole lot more, and it may very well be in just a moment. Again, Dynasty getting value from being proactive in mid, but those 2 quick kills have shifted the direction of this round. Dynasty are going to double down on it and start to re-clear this space as we hit the minute mark, but ULF are already making inroads towards C.
Onto the site, as Dynasty have now a full idea of what mid and A look like. With that spike going in, ULF have liberty to go anywhere they want to set up this post plan.
And Tag's turret is still up, and it has been the whole time, so Dynasty are going to know it's not Garage. At the very least, it could be window, but instead, it's going to be a brawl on long. Oh, what a shot, Echo!
And he's going to continue on, still walking forward. Finds his 4 and his ace. He's going to send ULF to 11 and potentially 1. Well, it will be 1 away from map point, but it potentially is map point. We come into what could be the last round for Dynasty with a decent enough chance to win out, with 5 ultimates in pocket, and a chance really for ULF to go and win this map out.
Echo seriously moving the needle on the attack side now, breaking even after being 5 or 6 kills below the waterline just a few rounds ago. It's rinse and repeat in terms of how ULF want to approach it. Sop is just waiting behind this dart to see if he can catch a peek. He can almost feel Waddle through that left-hand side of the wall, seeing if there's a potential overextension, but as we know, with hindsight in mind, the full Killjoy setup has been placed at his back as a precautionary measure. One which I think Dynasty might need. And here it is again. How on earth can Sop keep getting away with that?
Yeah, and there's nothing being put in place, because that's what, 3 times now with an outlaw as soon as there's light shields invested. He's capitalising off the back of it. Well, the neural theft this time is sent forward, and there's a decision to be made. ULF ready to go for it. And look at Ticey. He's having to TP out, and he's type gone.
Yeah, Echo full lurk timing here on the footsteps as well as they trail off into the distance. Famzy's got to lock it down. Solo.
Yeah, with the Neon ultimate, that vulnerable's big, and this is getting worrying. It seems if ULF are going to go and try and get onto that A site as Echo in towards Spawn. He's got to try and deal with 3, and he's got the goods to do it! ULF going to map point!
That is unbelievable from Echo. As, again, we've been shouting about him all tournament long. a close friend of Larrock, and you'd feel like he was team viewed into the PC with how sharp these shots are. The lurk timing was great, but to find this much value from it, it's an execution in Defender Spawn.
That could be, yeah, the final nail is on the coffin. Like you said, this time SOP, rather than using the Outlaw, has an operator in play. There's nobody that is safe from that if he can get onto the angle. It's Echo this time to try and lurk in. Dynasty, it feels as if they have no answer. Look at how reserved they're playing this defense now.
The operator is in play for Famzy, but they don't have any extremity control here. Holding a lot more passive, waiting for Echo. Walking up long, and there you go. Cracks the whip. Finally, a weight taken from the chest of Dynasty as they have an advantage. Set up for this B execution. All start to flood in. It's Ticey playing in front of the smoke, but very swiftly taken offline by SOP. Pit to try and flood back in. Immediately then, the next one to hit the deck. Waddle 3 out of the ult is what might have just been the saving grace here for Dynasty.
And both players playing off one another. How does Neki break the backs of two players holding together? This should be all but done. And he's heading for 12-9.
Neki's expecting at least one player to be holding the cross here, so he can't all too safely back out of B main and look towards another site. Bit of plantable area right in front, waiting for the recon to come back up, and that's his chance. Famzy up close and personal, line up on the two players. But Neki can't quite find the shots, and so Dynasty live to fight another round on Haven.
Keep themselves alive one step longer. But with everything in play right now, all the buys, I still can't help but feel, oh, how did that not break? Overall, point being, I was trying to get to is I still favour ULF in these rounds. Even though you look at what happened in that last round for Dynasty to try and win out, they had to invest so much in terms of the ultimate game.
And finally, it looks like this defense might choose to overwhelm A lobby. You've got Famzy here on an early line, and Fabian's very lucky not to get caught emerging from the cage. It's SOP instead to head this one forwards. The point man of the execution, teed up by the Hunter's Fury. The next of his targets, Famzy, who falls. Tag has to do it all, and he can't. Overran. And the takeover of A is complete. It's a 4 versus 2 for ULF to send this home.
Yeah, there should be no way Dynasty win out. And you look at the utility on Ticey. He's got something to work with here.
There's a couple of quick kills from Creamy, and the paranoia's landed right on the head of SOP. Nowhere to look, nowhere to hide. And at the death, Creamy and Ticey convert. The partnered pair make it 10 and give themselves 2 more chances in Haven.
Me and you have watched these two for the best part of 2 years working alongside each other. First, it was all the way back to the Rank Stars. What was it, the Rank Stars they were originally back then? Then it became the...
Unsigned Puggers, Business Boys, Genke, Sweet and Sour, you name it.
Thank you very much. That's the point I was trying to get to, but we know how good these two can be together, and it's even forced ULF into a timeout.
Creamy has always had that quality as well. As funny as it has been to see a name like his starring in Challengers, it's a one to be respected. I mean, we've seen him playing multiple different agents, 5 different in the last 3 months, but it's this Viper double controller with Ticey that has looked the best for them. I mean, you just call back to his debut only last year in Tier 2. 23-5 on his first map of play, and 20 kills deep into this second map in the grand final. A grand final which he is no stranger to. Ticey as well, yet to have won one coming into the 3rd and final stage, but a chance to go back to back from Spain to EMEA events.
It'd be huge. It'd be the first team ever from Spain to win an inter-regional event as well.
Yeah. KPI came so close last year, and with playing sort of being that direct comparison, I come back to what I was starting to say before. You want to go into Ascension with as much confidence as possible. Not just top seed, but winning here with conviction. And ULF are struggling to get it over the line. This is a huge invest. And SOP looking at B. There's a turret here to guard. No reason for Dynasty to give the attack what they want.
Should be no peaks. It should be as disciplined as possible. Bromas would have been barking the orders after that timeout. Both operators close by one another.
Dancing around behind the wall. Big exchange, and it's SOP to win it. Spoke about him so much during the build-up. Famsi the same. But it's Creamy who we heralded of his previous round performance. A clutch to keep them in it. That's the first line of defense with Tycee to tee him up. Decay at the feet of SOP, he'll fall. And the Rolling Thunder clearing out the site. Still all eyes on Garage. And Creamy only just going down.
Tag looking to hold on. Lockdown in. Even jumping in towards Garage. The shots are perfect. Oh, and it's still doable. A 1 versus 2 with a spike left on C.
Multiple clutches. One by Waddle in the last timeout against ULF on Haven, but he's walking into an angle where he is not favored, where Dynasty shall fall and ULF return the favor. 13-10. The second map of the grand final goes to the Turkish second seed after they lost it the previous time it was played.
Yeah, me and you were worried for this best of 5 in terms of the way that the maps were structured. We now have a 1-to-1 scoreline. We're guaranteed at least 4 maps in this veto. The next one being Abyss, where we haven't seen ULF play and we have seen Dynasty win.
Yes, we have. It was a group stage result which they've already got on their track record, but a very straightforward read of the map. The default composition, you would say. For ULF, it's anybody's best guess as to what they want to bring out here, with it being the one change heading into Challengers EMEA and heading into Ascension. Deadlock reached, 1-1 the score. Let's see what the desk thinks about the grand final so far.
I think now that we have got that that map, that gamble paid off for ULF Esports, now we're going 5 maps. I'm sorry to production. I'm sorry. I know there's going to be groans going on in the voice chat as they're hearing that. But now that there's less chance of a 3-0, I don't think it's going 3-1. I think we're going the full distance at this point, because that is a much needed win from ULF. They put all of their eggs in this Haven basket, and we thought it was it was certainly a scary choice, but they made it work. I mean, they were so confident. They did not back down from a fight whatsoever. And I mean, despite the fact that Dynasty looked absolutely cracked in the head towards the end as well, dry peeking out of smokes for no reason, they couldn't quite get it over the line. And that does open the door now for ULF to fight back map after map.
Yeah, no, that one switch from Neon to Jet meant that SOP was online completely. Previous last 2 maps that SOP has played on Haven, they've been, well, kind of disastrous. 5 and 12, and against mandatory, I think that was 11 to 15. Now on Jet, topping the boards, incredible with the operator. And I mean, how many times did we see SOP just walk towards A with Op or Outlaw and just finding a pick? That was the struggle point for Dynasty, just giving a pick round after round after round, whether it was Echo looking for that or SOP. I think it was around 16, around 17, 18 and 20. Dynasty were struggling on that side, and obviously SOP capitalized off of that.
Well, you have a round that you want to take a look at here before we move on towards what could be a very long series. So take me through round 10.
Yeah, so I think this was a lack of preparation for Dynasty. Echo going for this kind of classical setup of his. I think he's either running this setup or he's running the trip right here. Well, that's a twisted trip. And a garage. Usually he's running either one of those setups. And this time around, he's running this setup. Let's see where the Sova shock darts actually land when we play this round. It's a fast-paced C execute for the side of a Dynasty. And instantly, when the round starts, you see this classic shock dart. This is absolutely a must shock dart, so your Neon can actually enter towards the side. But the second shock dart is the one that I'm really concerned about, and this is what, to me, cost them the round. Look at where this lands. It doesn't take any of the default trips that usually Echo runs. If you play the shock dart to the default, this round could be completely different. But when we play out this round and check from the map, check how Famsi got caught on that trip as well, that's exactly what costed them this round. And Dynasty, they were on a roll prior to this. They had a 4-round win streak, but from this Audas got so much momentum, 4K right there. ULF, sure, they didn't win the next rounds after that, but to me that just seems that they got the confidence for the second half, and from that ULF, I think, climbed themselves back. To me, Dynasty, they should have prepared better, especially when they had the off day. They could have seen how Echo played on that side. They could have remembered how Echo had those trips prior to that map that they played against Mandatory, because Dynasty actually played against ULF already, so they should have known those trips.
Well, 46 rounds of Valorant played, and we're moving now to Abyss. The only time we've seen this, actually we haven't seen this, it wasn't on our stream, but the only time we have seen this in this tournament so far, it was Dynasty playing it. They won it very handily versus Eintracht Frankfurt on the first day of the competition, and now we get to see it one more time before the end of the tournament. And I mean, ULF haven't played it. We haven't seen it from them at the very least. So this should be a little bit scary. And I think once again, we're going to go back and forth between these two teams. That's why I think it's going to be a long series. And that is why I'm going to send us to a break so we can get on with things. I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
And
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Benz on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내가 쓰면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 dumb boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목세 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 Lucas Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들의 한 곳으로 모여 Can we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어 boys 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거른 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant nature, better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. If you are just joining us now, it is the Grand Finals day and we're 2 maps in, both 13-10, both going to their respective map pick choosers, as it were. And look, here's the thing, Dynasty, obviously they had the upper bracket advantage. They got into this through a win against this very team here, and it was a very pointed map veto, right? They got rid of Bind for a very specific reason. They did not want it being picked against them by ULF after seeing it recently, and they have done well so far. I mean, look, everything was working out for them. They got Haven picked into them. That's a map they're so comfortable on, a map they have an amazing win rate on. But ULF, it seems like the gamble paid off. They managed to get it over the line 13-10 just about, and that does open up the rest of the series for them. They're going into Abyss next, a very difficult map considering we haven't seen it from them whatsoever. We've only seen this map come out of Dynasty so far, but it does give them a chance now because Ascent will be after that, and that gives them the opportunity to get it to a 5-mapper.
Yeah, I mean, ULF having to go through 2 of the debut maps on this tournament, Sunset and Abyss, to go all the way to 5 maps, and this would be the place to start that. Chamber coming through for the side of ULF Esports, I kinda do like that, but I feel like the Cypher will bring much more to this map, especially for the side of ULF. And Echo, I think he's been incredible with the Cypher. The Chamber, maybe not so much. I think they run it in Ascent, if I'm not mistaken completely. I could be right here. I might have the wrong information. No, they didn't run it in Ascent. But I don't like this Chamber necessarily. I think you have to play a little bit more aggressive on the defensive side when you have this Chamber. You have to go for more of the picks, go control the mains. I don't think you can play as passive. To me, Cypher is just such a strong agent here to counter those heavy attacks on the sides and even mid. That gives you a lot of control when you have Cypher.
It is not often that we get into a grand final and we have complete unknowns going into a map, but obviously for ULF Esports, we don't know. We haven't been watching their scrims. We haven't been keeping up with the players and trying to find out exactly how their Abyss looks. So we don't know how it looks, and they're up against a team who did very well on it last time out, despite the fact it's the only time they have it. Look, it's been banned against them every single series. They have not had a chance to play it until they got into a best of 5, but they very specifically made sure that it was going to appear very quickly on in this series. So we're expecting big things from them. This could be a little scary to watch if you are an ULF Esports fan, but we're hoping that they will make it at the very least entertaining. We're going to find out very shortly now with Hazard and Cairo.
Yeah, ULF coming from a region with plenty of strong teams on Abyss, one of them BBL Pacific, of course, but they won't have any scrim reps against them, or well, maybe they do, we don't know that for certain. They won't have any official experience, that's for sure. It's not a map which they've shown so far in their pool. Dynasty, of course, have that singular official, at least in this stage. Last time they played it before then was all the way back at the start of the year, and no deviations. Pretty similar setup from both, but it's Echo's Chamber that could really star in this 3rd map performance.
Yeah, Echo had a good end to Haven there. Needs to continue that on, and rather than buying Headhunter bullets, interestingly enough, has decided to go for the Sheriff. And Dynasty a lot slower to start this attack with what I thought was going to be a default round, but all 5 players been drawn towards the B site.
Deploying drone.
Other map that we've seen Echo play Chamber on in the past would be Pearl. That one obviously not in the pool, and with this coming in, an opportunity for him to dust it off and show us what he's got. Sheriff in hand already on the line, and it's so far so good. Backpedals a little bit with the rendezvous. The Famzy trading out. And Fabian not really in a position to contest, or so you'd think. They've still got this backside control, and still Dynasty flood into it. Famzy one more before the dust settles, and we go into a retake.
There's not a whole lot of utility left on the board. It's just going to be Neckies with him getting his info dart up in a second.
Yeah, empty belts on the Dynasty side as things stand. Sob just looking for a potential flank coming in, but it's one which falls on deaf ears. Nothing to arrive. Defuse taking place underneath the bookshelf, and from on top, Ordaz is rewriting the script, the narrative so far in this series. after losing both pistols on Haven. ULF fire back with one of their own on Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, so far though, it seems that whoever wins the pistol round typically goes on to lose the next one, especially with Dynasty being able to get that spike plant in. They're going to pick up 5 stingers once again and ready to send it back into the B site.
The question with ULF always is how they look as a team, a unit. There's never really been any doubts about the individual skill, especially with the transfers that they made from the second stage. Fabian coming in for Mepeasy, long-time member. Ordaz and Sop joining the fray. This force buy from Dynasty is very quickly making its way towards this B site once again. And Famzy with another opening pick. Shots not landing for Sop. They're forced out of town.
Yeah, there's no way that this is happening once again. Upgrades picked up, spike to go down in the most awkward of defuse spots, and a post plant set up as well. So this should be pretty much sorted for Dynasty.
Ordaz slowly making his reprisal to the B site, this time from middle. Step not heard, chance to line up a couple shots, and he's gonna take 2 names with him. Waddle still plenty to do. Neki the quick trade and tag the final blow. Dynasty do have their force buy win, and it's not for the first time in this series.
I told you before, man. I told you before. Dynasty, whoever wins the pistol round goes on to lose the next round, it seems. This is the second time we've seen Dynasty being able to come back in with a force. And this will settle things all over the board.
It was only the first map where they made it happen. That heading into the second half, this just to open up the game. And immediately putting ULF on the back foot, that defender side economy that you want to try and build up nice and early. Put in a position of trepidation. Echo does get sighted by the cam on B early, but ULF looking to get aggressive in A main.
Big flash out. It's hit all the bodies, but Dynasty well aware. Players playing anti, and they will get the pick that they were looking for. Confirmation for ULF in terms of where the bodies lie, and Echo sent it down mid.
Something that you've got to be looking out for throughout this map is ULF getting aggressive in the mains with this KO pick as well. Constantly trying to flood that space, collect information through the double initiator. Fabian's going to fall here, and it's Echo last left. Another one of those players who, again, you're anticipating on an extremity, trying to get line control early. Dynasty have made the second round flawless, at least out of their force buy. It's the rifle now where we can really see the defender side take shape.
So far, we've not really seen Dynasty really go for defaults, and I'm not just talking about this map. I'm talking about the last map as well. It's been pretty straightforward. In fact, you could even say the same for Lotus.
It feels like Dynasty have kind of struggled to gauge their opponents a lot of the time through the mid-rounding, finding those gaps for themselves. It's a first stage as de facto in-game leader for Tycee, as Sop will send a missed shot over the head of Famzy to start off this one. Speaking of mid-rounding, that's just taking mid for Dynasty, but forced out early.
Yeah. And now we'll drone through mid to re-clear spots, and it's left the operator on the line, so Sop will be happy with that. So we're too strong on either side for all on the extremities of the map, on the sites. And you look at Echo and how far forward he's got, that's because he obviously has the chamber TP.
Yeah, and yet to be checked by this Cypher cam either. Very narrowly the KO knife missing tag. So no suppression, but Echo has to be careful. Flashed in! What a play! And he gets out for free as well. Huge double pick for ULF to start. One back in the conversation for Dynasty, but that's short-lived. Tycee caught on another TP, and Waddle not able to fully restore order.
Well, at least the spike will be going down in a 1 versus 3. The operator in play as well for Sop to try and come back in with. These long lines of sight does favour the operator. The numbers, though, and the spike plant, I guess, will help out Dynasty. Waddle having to clutch up.
There's no reason for Ordaz to smoke this off because it allows Waddle to cross. The angle was held by Sop, Looking to peek back in here from danger, but can't find the first bullet. And with that, the scoreline is equalized by ULF.
I mean, technically it was Dynasty's bonus round if you really want to cope real hard here. But 5 players ready to hit into B and not expecting with that flash, like, to capitalize on, especially when you consider, right, the last round where we saw the KO proactivity with a flash into A main. Feels as if Dynasty maybe not thinking about the situation that they're in.
That's what you've got to be looking out for. An Echo partnered up, having that TP to disengage so quickly is huge. Sop is boosted this time around, and that's a great first pick. Little updraft before the barrier drop. No audibles given away, and nothing that Creamy can really do there to stop it.
Now it's double up territory as well, as Echo has his ulti online and gets the first.
He's just going to hang around for a little bit more. Drone has tagged him, and so with a smoke placed by Famzy, he feels a little more comfort to play into this, but still can't claim the kill. This the rifle round from Dynasty. Still credit below them, but all for running a double op setup, and they're going to have money to purchase a second sniper. Should Echo find this final kill, but Tag has slipped the net and given himself half an opportunity. This one-on-one against Fabian. Flashed around the corner, and as Tag goes back in, he's found 3. Now this is seriously scary.
Yeah. Well, the spike back in hand, and an ulti in pocket. If he really wants to have a go at this, he has the time to do it.
30 seconds left.
And that would be big information for him, but he's just sent it forward. Neki will have heard all of this.
Neki has a couple of shocks to try and bounce to backside perhaps, see if he can do some chip damage on the spike as it's going down. He's the only player present. Quick jump up, player spotted mid, that's Sop. Tag in the meantime straying out wide and finding himself caught by Neki. A little close for what ULF would have liked with those opening picks, but another round nonetheless, and one which sees them in the lead.
I mean, the defense have started off slow with losing the anti-eco, but they're right back to the pace that they want to be at. This double up setup looks good, but they can't be given ones to Tag like this. We've seen him year on year prove that he is one of the best in a 1 versus 1.
Never the guy you want to face in isolation. And as we have reached this early ult cycle with the tour de force in the previous round from Echo, Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury up on the ULF side. Tools that they can use to set up for a potential retake. And on this next rifle, they change the chamber site location. He has been detected by the knife, though.
And no way
Hasism committed to this corner.
Yeah, he's having to commit to it. And well, the Hunter's Fury is letting him rip it completely off.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable stuff. A lovely setup. And well, Echo should have won the round already.
Just has Dynasty's number right now. From how things were going on that attack side on Haven, to putting him on an agent which can just channel his individual ability, there is no rest for this attack side whatsoever. It feels like they're really struggling to get through these chokes right now.
Yeah, and the question we ask coming into this, what does ULF really have for us when we look at the composition? They've yet to play it, and right now what they're showing us is they have dominance in the mains, in mid, whatever it is Dynasty want to try and go for, ULF are ready. And this last round is the greatest example of it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of link-up play as well. Echo finds himself caught, suppressed. He doesn't have access to the TP, so he calls for Neki, and that Hunter's Fury is just the perfect tee-up for him to make that kind of mechanical play from the corner. Creates a bit of a distraction, makes that first fight onto Waddle that little bit easier when he finds himself tagged. But the focus of this timeout has to be Dynasty right now because, like I said, they're struggling to get into these sites to kick things off. But with the mirror aspect of both comps being the double initiator, you have a lot of tools to be clawing back early. And after that initial knife, you probably want to see like a little bit more, a drone or something, just to clear him out.
I think it's most interesting that both teams have picked up the KO, considering the split long discussion from tier 1 down that KO maybe isn't the strongest agent in this in the pool right now.
Yeah. I suppose the difference is with Abyss, you have some great lineups for Flash. You can do the same through middle, as it looks like ULF are just going to be walking in here, perhaps. The knives are great to cut through walls and gain early information, and obviously the null command, which Fabian has right now, is going to be a tool for the retake, which they've been forced into because Dynasty have used their own KO ulti to just clear out the site and get Famsi an upper.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's going for extra space. It's all about how he gets set up into the next fight, though.
Oh, the null command! It brought the trap down, but Waddle was aware of it. Just pre-planning the potential flank coming in, and while Famsi will lose his fight, Tag is right there behind to reinforce. A fortified site from the front lines for Dynasty, but it falls like a house of cards, swept away by the wind and tide that turns on ULF's favor. A 1 versus 1 with Tag dropping in behind the wall. No audio, and with that, no line of sight towards the spike. Neki gets it halved and finds the shot on the fadeaway to finish. 5-4 ULF.
Some nice planning overall by ULF. I think from the minor details of using the null command for Echo to get moved into a flank position. Unluckily enough that Waddle was there, but the site execute, the fact that the Sova was distracted by flank and not there to support the site is what essentially, it doesn't win the full fight that the gunplay does, but it helps in that endeavour, right? And now we're going to get this Dynasty once again pushing all their chips to the middle of the field. If they lose this, they're back to an equal round.
Yeah, it's weird to see that they've bought into this one quite heavily, and Waddle is still on a Guardian, perhaps a drop to a teammate. Couple off the Hunter's Fury, but no ults to play from here if you're Dynasty. Trying to overwhelm the B play again.
It seems as if it's not going to work out, not whatsoever. As ULF are very quick to respond. Dynasty with everything on the line here, trying to get it over, trying to find a way in which to win a round, and it looks like this is the best chance.
Bit of an overheat there from the ULF players to try and re-challenge quite quickly. They get caught in the trades, but here is Sop with the Blade Storm.
Creamy Dreamy Low disconnected from his teammate. Sop has the movement ability to try and bridge the gap, and well, it's just about to waste away. It is a tap of the spike. The Blades took offline. Tried to pick up a Guardian knowing that he would no longer have the Blades. Does give Creamy the Dreamy the chance to win the round. And finally, Dynasty respond to what has been an ULF onslaught.
One of the strengths of KO on the attack side is this set utility, and you see it here. It's a fragment which bounces awkwardly and doesn't quite find the mark, but I'm thinking more the suppression, the flashes, namely the former rather than the latter, because if you're trying to anchor from back sight, it's like one of the most difficult positions to try and play in, especially without any extra utility. So whether it's Echo there, if it was a standard Sentinel, you're not going to get very much work done. The angles even just to dump mollies in that position, like it's almost unplayable. You have to be incredibly confident in your individual ability. And that's one of the instances where Dynasty do get their just deserves.
I mean, they've been trying to continuously plague this B site. It feels as if, like, kinda in a way, we're back to like 2022 ice blocks in the way that teams would just rinse one site and keep it going. I understand the weaknesses on the B, and Dynasty for the most part have done well, but ULF's retakes have just been so overpowering, and these operators have been a problem that Dynasty have just not been able to answer.
Not up until this point.
But yeah,
just a quick update on the technical pause that we're in. We've had a disconnect, but once that issue is resolved in just a couple of minutes time, we'll be back to the game. carrying on from what you were saying, though, I agree. I feel like we're in a really weird position with Abyss at the moment because we had it right at the start of the season and it's been missing from the pool almost the whole year, and it comes in for champs, for Ascension.
Yeah.
I think the main positive that the Ascension teams have, which the champs teams don't, is that they get to watch the 16 best teams in the world in VCT, or at least, you know, going by champs points, play in Paris as part of the map pool before they then have to go ahead and decide fully on what their own read of the meta is. And I think a lot of teams will just stick with what we've got right now because it's going to work for them. You're seeing the merits of the chamber for Echo, the sort of the standardization, I suppose, of what's being played. But I would like to see a little bit more deviation, you know, a bit more Vise. I think she's really strong on this map, for example.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, on you go.
And the final point very quickly is, the one difference too is that when we saw this map at the start of the year, we were right in the middle of Teho post-plant meta. So it was played very differently to how it is now.
I mean, it feels like it has been an eternity since we've seen Abyss in the pool. I like the Echo chamber. I mean, I guess it's their own thing. I do ever so slightly worry. Yeah, sure, you get a little bit of time to sit and watch the 16 best players, or 16 best teams, sorry, play from champs. But I think for me as well, the other aspect to it is the fact that once champs is done, there's still a 2-week run-in to Ascension. And what does the quality of practice look like? The quality of being able to implement your ideas? Because the only competition run about that time that is going on with Ascension, it will be the GC teams, and they have their own meta entirely as well.
Yeah, that is true. That's definitely true. I think you also have to remember, though, that a lot of VCT teams will still be conducting trials. They'll be testing out new players for their rosters in the coming year, and with some other offline events in the off-season. I guess, you know, we've got Project Blender, Homeground. I guess the teams will still be scrimming here before they go out for that one. There's still the possibility of some decent scrims, I think, to be fair. And some of the champs teams might even still stick around a little bit longer after they have they've been eliminated. But who knows, right? Who knows? I think the main thing for me is that there'll be plenty of tape on how to play Abyss to a high level. We had some pretty good Abyss teams in champs last year, and quite a few of those are coming back in 2025 to Paris. I'm thinking DRX, this was a great map for them. Heretics. Yep. We had, I think Fnatic looked all right on it, to be fair.
Never.
But,
they were never. It took them a while
as well.
Yeah. EDG's a big one, I think. But the EDG are a difficult team to judge at the minute because of their drop-off in form overall in the year.
That's true. That's true. But look, no more theorizing to be done about what the future holds in terms of champs and Ascension. Right now, it is the Challengers EMEA Stage 3 Grand Final. And looking like SOP wants to make a play floating around A to start.
Operator on the lane. Not being caught.
Dodge the knife.
Nice flash, and well, no way out. Seems as if Dynasty's answer is to be a lot more quick on the utility.
It's an explosive start and a nice read from SOP to play outside the range of the knife there, knowing that Dynasty are starting to condition this utility. But they win that one, and sometimes that's what it comes down to. These solo duels, if ULF want to play off the cuff with, you know, double op, chamber, extremity limiting defensive setups. And now Ordaz in a little bit of an awkward spot playing from B.
Trying to play from up top. Manages to dodge all the utility. Good delay coming through, and as the smoke drops, he's still ready. Gets rid of Famzy, and still up top, but easily traded out. The spam not quite capitalising in form of a kill, but there's plenty of damage that Dynasty are able to find one themselves, or a fair few. an advantage. Spike down, and a 1 versus 3 for Echo to try and get back in from.
Creamy Diligent on the site as well. Full post-plant positions for Dynasty. And this looking like a much better round from them. If you just want to talk raw macro, it feels very similar to a little bit of what we saw on Haven, where they go for that initial push, that first juncture towards one side of the map, and then as soon as ULF get dragged into it, they take that extra second to re-clear. They've not been as proactive as Dynasty at times, I think, on their defense, for better or for worse. So there's a big information deficit, and then that's when Dynasty shift their focus and collapse onto the B site. So much better from them, but immediately Vlad back in the server has something to say.
And timely, I think, this one is due to the fact that 2 rounds in a row, a little bit of momentum at Dynasty's side. ULF maybe looking a bit disjointed there, but also it's more to do with the eco round that ULF will have and how good Dynasty have been from maps that we've seen so far in this tournament at spacing their ultimates to find rounds back. And there's 2 big pieces in there, and the Hunter's Fury and the Null Command.
We've already seen ULF find huge value from their own ultimates. So the question now is, how much can Dynasty possibly pick up?
Right here.
Slight change in terms of that initial utility from them towards A, an area which ULF have left completely vacant. The 2 rifles on the 2 agents which can really get up in your face, and the first of them is Sop. Tag is none the wiser. Finally he catches onto it. And it's a really awkward duel that Sop's going to win.
It seems as if, I thought for a minute, Dynasty, yep they are, going to try and refight towards mid. Fabian in the corner, cleared out. A chance to perhaps inflict a bit more damage.
Not one that he's going to be able to win though. So back to a 4-on-4. Cloudburst across. Still the aggression coming through. Tag is offline, so there would be no traps to the flank, whether they'd been placed or not. Sop's trying to prowl on the back line as much as possible, and you've got Echo at the front. It's a 2-pronged sight hold on B.
Alpha's so quick.
They're walking into trouble, and it has to be Famzy to alleviate some of that pressure. Tyce's stepped up to the mark here and has Sop's number in the end. Famzy 3 kills, and Ordaz without half a chance walking out of his own smoke. So 5 rounds each, and yeah, ULF's half buy doesn't come to all too much in the end.
ULF was so quick on the uptake though with that read. They saw the players trying to move over, Sop down mid, 3 players towards CT. If it'd been timed a bit better, it would have been real trouble. But they get through, on towards the other side, next to no problems. With 2 rounds remaining and 8 ultimates alive in the server, things are gonna get spicy.
Here.
You're just tracking that position of the KO on ULF, Fabian, and where his utility is set to be. It's Sop walking the full distance and tucking in the under window box. He's been spammed out. Dynasty expecting this one. Finger on the pulse, they do find him.
Cage triggered.
That's just a one pick. I mean, that's a big drone. Oh, destroyed and allowing Widow to get the information. And on top of that, there's even going to be a Neuro's theft invested. So Dynasty at this point in time know exactly where they want to hit, and Tycey's so quick towards this side of the map.
Tycey just has to hold on to this space though. He can't force to overstep before the rest of the team get here. They're quite staggered in the approach. It's allowed ULF to get into position and for Ordaz to anchor behind his own smoke.
They've even got the defenders, Hunter's Fury out as well, but it just seems like a rat race at the minute, from left to right, from left to right. And Tycey's even here to help Tag hold on to the site while the spike gets ferried over.
Yeah, but the spike isn't going to arrive until ULF are here for the duel themselves.
Tag missing out,
30
not able to win out. Echo out through CT, but he'll win that.
Spike planted.
Still going, Echo, still trying to find these fights, does get punished for it.
He does, and it's Neki now, 1 versus 4, first shot clean. Oh, this is starting to get winnable. into the realms of possibility. Doesn't want to use the owl drone, but does have the info dart for clearing players out.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, but Dynasty have really strong post-plant positions here. It should be unlosable.
It should be, but it's Neki here, and he's got a chance to try and half the spike. He's gone for it, found it, and already finds the fourth!
Oh my
and
God!
the second! To get 4 on the round, and Ulf at least half, or even on the half.
Should be the operative words in the sentence, because that makes no sense.
Sleep, brother.
Dynasty finding the situation fall through their fingers, one at a time the swing taken. Didn't want to line up, but Neki resets. And the captain, who celebrated his 21st birthday just 5 days ago, in the biggest test of his calling yet, has set up a round which he then wins through his own fingertips. One final chance here for Dynasty to get rounds back on side, and it is the null command finally ripped towards the B site.
Yeah, they're just going to go straight, quick, into B, trying to get that spike down as quickly as possible with all 5 players up. 2 in main, just holding for a flank that's continuously been probed by ULF, but it's not coming through this time. It's a set retake, and they're even trying to upset it themselves, Dynasty, and they've done so successfully.
Fantastic use of the ult, fighting on the front foot, not playing for post plant. But now Dynasty drop back into those deeper positions, which are much more difficult to clear for all.
Oh, well, Sop has gone for, what the hell is that? The anime play, and he's completely wiped out. Now ULF in a 1 versus 3. And once again, this goes into the realms of possibility. A similar position that Neki was in, but it is Echo this time. And Dynasty have learned the lesson. They're playing it slow, they're not giving anything away. And it will be 6-6 on the half.
Really nice final round, a redeeming one for Dynasty.
Standing.
Instead of leaning into that Hunter's Fury for post, they attack the link space, they get the advantages, and they send it home. 6-all moving over to the defense where they were previously not as dominant. Let's see how it goes in this key map 3.
And
Into the second half of Abyss we go, and very much the unknown with a 6-6 scoreline. ULF proving that preparation was key in their win over Mandatory, and with Dynasty already having tape on this one against Frankfurt from back in the group stage, you start to wonder whether things could start to turn the better for them here.
Yeah, it feels as if this is the loaded weapon that ULF has been keeping hidden the full time, and they've let it rip here and now. A switch of sides, and an almost mirror comp. What can Dynasty do in comparison to ULF?
First player put under the microscope is Famzy. It won't be an opening kill for him this time. Not a single death to begin a round on their previous Abyss outing. He was 6-0 in those opening engagements. Such a big win condition for him to be online here, heading into round 13. Already with the first pistol, of course, and this one, just a default, a 1-3-1. The majority of their forces scaling up middle into Tag's B setup where he's left solo.
I mean, you look at Echo as well, making his way up B as well, but he's dipped off and allowed Tag to as well. And he's going to respect this take and allow Dynasty to come in with full numbers. So essentially a 5v5 with a retake cam. That's going to be the big important part for Dynasty here.
Yeah, there were two ways to play that for Tag. Either drop to a deeper sight position, or it's the appraisal, the correct one, which he gives in the end. Setting up for the retake, but ULF looking to fight Link.
It's the fact that ULF have got extra forward positions that Dynasty will need to try and clear out, and it will really take their time to do so with that spike ticking away. As always, time is the most important factor in these retakes, and right now ULF have completely battered Dynasty on this second half pistol, and Fabian with a 4K brings his null command within 3.
It's so quick to find itself available coming into this anti-eco, and against Dynasty on the defense where they can't really force buy, allows them the safety to start hauling those orbs up and give themselves every possible chance to have it in the bonus. Even a couple of marshals purchased here against unarmored opponents. Stop just making sure there's no player up in the heavens where he was good for an opening kill or two in the previous half.
Nice aggressive play. Try and upset the hold on the A main play, but overall, it's just going to give the information that ULF need to now try and send it B side. Echo now trying to challenge with a marshal of his own. He'll win out the first. Oh, lovely stuff. That's exactly what you're looking for. And Echo with the last as well. So big multi-kills in the past 2 rounds will give ULF the round win.
It seems these strangers.
Yeah, and it's another Marshall 4K for Echo. He picked up a similar highlight piece against Mandatory on Ascent B main less than 24 hours ago. But on the Chamber, this playstyle, this aggressive playstyle which he has harbored, is that much more facilitated. It's even an upgrade to the operator here, heading into what would usually be a bonus, but with the purchases made from ULF, this is a serious statement. They have trailed every single half so far in this series. Now they really want to grow the lead.
Yeah, they want to put Dynasty to the sword. They want to start to push on, buy to win, and stop looking for extra information, but locked out by just a smoke. They're taking their time realistically.
Oh,
is that team flush?
Oh my God. It's so messy. Paranoia from Ticey does in fact find Waddle, but still the defense looking to re-challenge mid.
Fabian has done well, but not well enough it seems, as Waddle wins out against the KO, and giving Dynasty the defense the advantage now to kick on from. But Waddle, first here, low on HP in the corner. Yeah, that's the better decision to make, not wanting to stick around.
Fully conceded, and now the A retake queued up. The last of the players, Famzy, swiftly arriving. 4 bodies to 3. Dynasty to retake.
3 players from CT, 1 potentially to come out of heaven. Still Alpha looking to play in aggressive angles because they know they need to try and upset this retake, and Sop's done that. They've lost Tag, that's 1 less rifle to worry about. That's so many! And ULF in a position where they were disadvantaged managed to convert.
It all comes back to quite an awkward mid-duel, but Sop finding an untraded kill on the site defense and then buying a distraction with a more aggressive peek through his own smoke. ULF understand the limitations of their positioning there. Had to give us something a little more concrete, and with the rifle buy broken on Dynasty's behalf, You've seen Famzy buy down to his last 700 credits, Ticey 850, to just see if they can do anything to get back up on their feet. 3 rounds down, we've seen a scoreline just like this multiple times already this series, but it's always been Dynasty in front, and it makes you start to wonder, how much left have they got in the tank? Or are we starting to run into the early signs of distress for a team which have shown us their ability to come back in best of 5s, in grand finals? That was the case in Murcia after losing the first couple of maps to Koi Phoenix. But against an EMEA opponent with so much more riding on this, I'm starting to get concerned.
Just an update for you guys at home about the pause. It is just mouse issues at the moment, so we're going to be quickly back into server. It shouldn't be long before we unpause, but that's the big thing, right? Is that the difference when Dynasty have been ahead is that they have had, like, how to put it, like, they've had like pistol round wins and stuff like that, right? The momentum's been with them, or it's been slowly starting to shift. ULF have been firmly in front in this second half since we've kicked things back off. And I don't see a way back in for Dynasty at the moment in terms of the way that they've been playing it. And on top of that, their buy is broken. So we will probably, the odds are that ULF will find 10 at the moment, considering what they're going up against. They break one more buy, 11, and then they've got to go up against an eco to get 12. So all in, this run in to finish the map out, is really favouring ULF. Hello?
Oh. Yeah, it will continue to do so. That's Ticey down to 19, and a simple clear in the end for Neki. Straight bullet will do the job. The next, not quite as surgical. Fabian just sprays away into the target-rich environment, and Dynasty get knocked down one by one. The dominoes fall. The final player, Waddle, should be catching Sop here, and will do. Denying any sort of a flawless round, but that's double digits. And I think, look, just to carry on very quickly, if Dynasty are to get back into this, we need to see that aggression pay off.
We do. They keep trying to be proactive, and I like the ideas, don't get me wrong. I think this is how the defense should be played, especially through mid-aggression and being able to use that pocket down bottom mid to your advantage. But I've just not seen it from Dynasty. I feel as if the ideas and what they're doing just feels sloppy, I think is the word that I would use.
And so into the next gun round, it's absolutely everything for Dynasty. On their pick of Abyss, the second selection in this series, but there is exactly what you were looking for in the feed. Famzy with the operator. An opening kill, an untraded one, which brings a little bit more strength to this defender side perimeter, which as it stands, has a setup for A and bodies on B.
Need to be careful of defense with this operator being on the line. If they show anything, you know that Echo will capitalise off the back of it. And look at how far Neki is scaling up onto the site.
It's a procession of players led by Neki. The mayor at the front of the line, but he falls. Creamy to claim. And while ULF are still going to find themselves in a post-plant situation with Famzy locking things down through the center of the map. The rotation is a quick one, and Dynasty are ready to go. They expect that aggression, and they fan it away with the back of their hand as soon as it arrives on their doorstep. Ordaz the next, as expected, and Creamy closing it out with 3 of his own. It's a very well-handled round, a professional performance in number 17 from Dynasty.
I said it before, like, Dynasty were sloppy, but this round they were very much surgical. Once they got the advantage, once they got what they were looking for, they converted and did so diligently. With that, we need more rounds. We can't see them return to what has been happening with the 4 in a row that ULF were able to find. Or else, again, we still could find ourselves in a difficult position. We're not firmly out of troubled waters with ultimates in play for ULF as well.
Yeah, well, 3 rounds to bring it to the map, which could win them their first ever title in Challengers. Following in the footsteps of BBL Pacific, who did the exact same 1 year ago from Premier. With Ascension on the horizon, this round has huge ramifications. Dynasty have posted them a warning. They have Famzy on the site, a congregation behind the smoke. It's all about to go down, and he falls at the first time of asking.
Ticey tries to play aggressive. We know he can do it. We know he can hold his own, but not this time, not this map. Spike going down. Advantage towards the attack. 2 players to the good.
The Dynasty come back into the retake with potential for a Hunter's Fury and Null Command. Do they choose to invest it? Will they get a chance to? I think they should.
I mean, it seems like it's doable. So, on towards the Spike. He's the main man at the minute. Although, his bullets go awry. And now the last 2 remaining players low on HP, but still a chance to do this.
Yeah, and if the Null Command is invested here, it's going to stop the post plant from Neki.
It doesn't seem as if that's going to be the case already. The first star used and the first player gone from Dynasty. Second as well. It will be 11 for ULF, and that gap of 4 restored.
It's a round 1 in waves by the Turkish Wolves on the attack side. The initial execution, clinical. A slight dip in the middle of the round once the spike was down. And towards the end, able to confirm it between the sum of their parts. A little disjointed by Dynasty in the key moments. And now, such a huge timeout on the horizon. 9 ultimates out of a possible 10. And that 5th and final one on the defender's side is just 1 ult point away. It could be absolute pandemonium to decide this series, but that's ultimately what it is, Cairo. Quite literally, it's in the name. This final cycle should leave nothing down to chance. Who plays their hand best?
That's it. All for the chance to break serve and Dynasty's choice. And the next map of Ascent, just to note, just to make comment on at this moment in time, is a map where both teams haven't lost. They've been flawless so far. ULF have more tape than what Dynasty do. 5 compared to just the 2 played by the Italian side. So it's still an interesting veto nonetheless. It's not front-loaded, it's not back-loaded. It's pretty much the same all the way through. And what Dynasty thought would have been an easy finish out is anything but. We head back into the next round. 9 ults in play.
It does not take long for the first to come online either. Blades for Sop with the Stinger by his side. ULF want to make that first move, and they make their mark. It's onto the A site they go. 3 ripped early, yet still Dynasty find first blood.
Yeah, that's the big difference. At least the spike goes down in a post-plant setup for ULF, but Sop's gone looking.
Can he find anything into security? Oh, the blades are gonna miss. Famzy some of his own, it's no better. Ordaz to drop the Null Command when it comes in, and everything falling out of the waterworks. A watershed moment, perhaps, for the defense if they can get over the hump here. It's all for putting them in a tough situation, but one which they respond with a resounding result. 5 alive. Both teams using 3 or 4 ults each. But Dynasty, in this huge war of attrition between the two, have exactly what they needed.
It feels like we're in a match of who can fumble less. Like, not to be disrespectful to both teams, but there's been some mighty misplays from both teams. The blades here. Oh, that's disgusting. And then Famzy straight after. Oh no.
That's crazy. Production's on smoke right now. But a mixed investment for ULF in the next couple rogue rifles. This is to stop Dynasty bringing themselves back within 2. Of course, just the 2 rounds needed for ULF to win this map. But they used some really big ultimates.
Yeah. Both
in that
sides down.
previous. I mean, it's just the tour de force left, but those were their tools for execution.
The tour de force is the one posted on A main at the current moment in time as Echo looks to find something, does so. That's Ticey trying to dip back in. And now ULF have an option to go and execute in towards A.
It's one which they're going to elect for pretty quickly here as well.
I mean, Creamy in the corner. Yeah, he had absolutely no chance. At least Wado finds something of a consolation in the players that they've lost. 3 versus 4. Oh my god, hello Fancy. A big kill to find and an ultimate invested. The Hunter's Fury not finding the kill that they were looking for, and ULF still firmly set up.
Yeah, info on Neki, that goes cold. Brilliant Nebula from Audaz to help him reposition. ULF set up for such a deep post plant.
Yeah, but tags there to cut off. Audaz now looking to play upset late into the round, and you're dependent upon Echo to hold the long lines of sight. No smokes, but look at where the spike is. It's planted in an awkward position for Echo to try and get round with, but the grab well's done well. Audaz now from up above. Famsi has to commit to the spike, time getting low, and well, Audaz is there to finish out. We are finally on map point.
What a play from Audaz to win it. Echo's ult finding huge value, locking down the main. And it's the wraparound from Vents which ends up sealing it. Gravity well to buy a little bit of time in transition. And Famsi is just trying to full stick, doesn't come off. It's a bold decision to make from that position. And there are still credits beneath Dynasty here, but 4 rounds in a row with just 2 taken in the last 11 does not set you up for success at all, and it starts no better.
Famsi lost early doors. Creamy's the one picking up the op now to hold on to A main. But look at the setup. It feels thin. The fact that there's only 1 player on either side and 2 players committed towards mid and much more regressed positions has allowed ULF straight onto the B side.
Spike down mid.
So ULF trying to just drive the stakes into the hearts of Dynasty here. Sop, the locomotive to lead the line, but on 10 HP. It's fighting a losing battle, just can't push the envelope far enough. They concede the space and drop back to an A main, which Dynasty are 10 steps ahead of.
Big kills from Audaz. He's knocked both down. And that should be it. This should be what is essentially a 1 map. A 1 post plant, advantage taken, a cosmic divide to make it awkward for Dynasty to get back in. And it looks to be the case with how it's set up.
Yeah, playing it hyper aggressive in front of the wall. Echo on the line. This could seal it.
This could be it. Tag, the only one by the cosmic divide, goes out wide, manages to beat the op, but the shot's not hit. Ticey aggressive. No way!
Oh my god!
That should have been ULF's round, but Dynasty answer back.
Swiped from right beneath them. An absolute fumble in the post plant for ULF. While they'll still have opportunities to conclude the map, they're not going to have money coming into the next. So it's going to take at least 1 more. And after finding the opening picks, this double from Audaz was absolutely everything. How does Ticey get out of heaven? It's a TP into his own smoke, and for how many times he's been caught a sitting duck. It's making that play when it hasn't succeeded that makes it all the more commendable from my perspective.
ULF thrifty rounds though. They have always caught people off by surprise, and it seems as if it could do the same here as Sop is the one leading the line with a stinger, and he's able to get that kill, which, let's realistically look at it, he shouldn't have. And now that's an upgrade for one of the players.
I mean, there's one SMG in this lineup of weapons. It's already drawn blood on 2, and you've got Echo wrapping around the side, position revealed.
Yeah, he does have that operator, and oh, sorry, it's Naked who's got the operator as a headhunter that he's playing for. What a shot! And the headhunter not hitting. A 2 versus 2, and one in which Nicky has to hold on with the operator, and it's absolutely lights out. What a way to finish out the map!
A sensational way to send it home, very quickly making amends for the previous round there. ULF with the advantage now up 2-1 in Dynasty's own backyard. And sure, there weren't plenty of official repetitions of this one, but I have to say, it's another one where they go back to the drawing board with Vlad in the back room. They got the preparation on lock, and they look that much more well-tuned. I mean, how this series has so quickly shifted, Cairo. We're heading into Ascent up next as the 4th map. It might just be the final one. The city at the end of the sun is not yet guaranteed. Let's head it back to the analyst desk and see what they think about what has been a ridiculous turn of events.
I mean, yeah, that is one way to put it. The flip has scripted. The script has flipped. It's absolutely ridiculous stuff. That is one map that we really didn't expect. I mean, we didn't know. That's the thing. We did not know what to expect from ULF Esports moving into Abyss here, and it just did not look like the it didn't look like the Dynasty that we saw against Eintracht Frankfurt. 13-4 scoreline they had when they last played this map, and 9 of those rounds were on the attacking half. The game was already over before the half, basically. I don't know. It's just it seems now like we're moving into Ascent. This was the banker for ULF, and they've saved it till the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, I was really scared when this match started for ULF because they didn't have that cipher. When we look back at the Eintracht Frankfurt match, Famsi was unstoppable there with the Jet, and that was the same problem that Eintracht Frankfurt had. They actually weren't playing a single Sentinel, but that wasn't a problem in this match for ULF. They absolutely relied on Echo popping up, but a lot of confidence coming through from the rest of the players as well. I loved how Sop was going for some of those aggressive picks as well, but they continued that flow on the attacking side. I gotta comment ULF, incredible performance, and I think the script has flipped upside down, like the casters kind of highlighted. We're going to Ascent after this. Ooh, it's gonna look scary for Dynasty at this point.
Yeah, I mean, take me through Echo's performance there, because that was absolutely ridiculous on that map. We had no idea what he was going to do there on the chamber. Well, I mean, you had an idea of what he was going to do. He's done it a few times before, but this was something else. Yeah,
this in combination with Fabian having the support for Echo is incredible, but this didn't just happen once. This happened multiple times. Echo being incredible in those aggressive plays. And if you're playing chamber, this is exactly how you gotta play. You have to go aggressive towards that B main. You have to go for A main pushes as well, and Echo was incredible even from the start of the round. And this is exactly why ULF actually got the lead in the beginning, and I think this was one of the best rounds. Echo, first of all, switching up his position. This is the first time I think in this match that he went towards that A area and finding 3-piece there. And once again, I gotta give huge kudos to ULF, how they supported Echo's aggressive pushes all the time. It was either Fabian or on that last clip, the Sova as well. Echo, just a perfect match from him, and there's a reason why we highlighted him at the start of the match. He's been incredible in this playoff stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, we thought maybe with the specifically because of the Haven pick from ULF, by the way, that this could be a 3-0 to the side of Dynasty. And then we thought after that Haven win, look, we'll go the distance. It could be a 3-2 here now. Well, in either direction. And now that has happened, we're thinking maybe a 3-1 to ULF. So they have absolutely defied all expectations that we had coming into this one. And look, they said yesterday, I mean, Vlad told us in his interview that if they played with the confidence that they had against Mandatory, then they should be able to beat Dynasty. And it seems like Vlad has called it to a T right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, I didn't like the chamber pick of Echo, but the confidence that you talk about, that was so much present on Echo being aggressive, and I think that enabled the rest of the team to support Echo. I think it was pretty straightforward right there, and now we go to Ascent, which I do think is quite prep heavy. You might have some kind of set plays. You actually do have chances for a lot of set plays. Ascent is known for that, the classical PRX push on B-Link, a lot of setups in mains. I do feel like ULF is in a really good standing here, especially on their track record in the past 3 months. Even in challenges stage, they are unbeaten right now. 4-0. Sure, some of those matches have been quite close, but the mandatory match yesterday, that was just a confidence booster.
Yeah, I mean, when we were looking through the map Veto, this is the one map where we said essentially, if we were to give it a percentage likelihood of ULF Esports winning this map, this is the one that would have, the only one we would have had above 50% essentially. You know, we thought that Dynasty were the favorites on every other map. We're now moving into the map where we thought that ULF were the favorites. Maybe we're just completely out of our minds and we're wrong about everything and Dynasty will take this one away. But so far, ULF have outperformed expectations. They didn't really get tested yesterday. Now they're being tested and they're rising to the occasion. We'll be back with map 4 right after this break.
And
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy, just stay
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Top like a new fade, come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Dream big, live large. Work hard.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 3. We are potentially one map away from crowning our victors in the grand final here as ULF Esports take the lead 2-1, but Dynasty are no pushovers. We're moving to Ascent next, and while this very much is a big map for ULF Esports, the one map that we thought that they would be picking first, it's ended up as their second pick, and it may just be the final nail in the coffin for Dynasty now.
Yeah, for Dynasty prior to this, it seemed like usually when they win their maps, they are quite one-sided, but this has been an even fair. Most of these maps actually going to really close, not quite sure which side it's gonna end up, and I think usually small minor mistakes are what were costly there. So when we go to Ascent, it's gonna be really interesting to see how Dynasty is actually gonna approach this, because ULF, they have a great track record here. Dynasty, they haven't really liked to play this map with this roster that they have. Sure, it's not their permaban, they usually permaban Corrode, but it is usually their second map ban. They usually prefer something else. I do think there is definitely a chance for Dynasty, and that chance comes from FAMSI, who was already brilliant against Team Liquid Academy, winning quite a lot of those opening duels, and totally actually 9 entries out of the 12 opening duels that he had. That is incredible. But will FAMSI get shut down by this ULF roster? That could be a big problem as well, because I don't think he's seen that much value in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, look, Dynasty looked amazing on map 1 on Lotus, but it seems like they've grinded down to a halt over the course of the last 2 maps. Maybe ULF Esports have just been, you know, getting on their minds over the course of those. It was a long first map, a long second map. It's even been a long third map, 13-10, 13-10, 13-9. Things do start to get there, but Dynasty, they had a day's break. You know, they had yesterday all to themselves to think about this one, and yet they seem like the more tired team than ULF, who have been playing for the last 5 days straight.
This is a 6th day for ULF, and that, to me, that is crazy. And you've had already 1 best of 5 under there. Sure, that was a quick feed, 3-0, but still somehow ULF just keeps that energy up. Maybe it's the young souls on the roster that will keep the energy up. Obviously at 17, 18, whatever the age all of these players are, it is something that you might have. You have that energy. Echo, one of those players that is 17, that has been keeping the energy up, as you saw in Abyss. You already saw that on the first map. Echo was kind of struggling there, but then Haven, gradually I think he became more impactful, especially on the second half, and now Abyss, I think he was the MVP of that map, and if that continues, it's gonna be a dangerous feat for a Desire, or Dynasty rather, once again.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
Yeah, I mean that just happens when you short that.
Hey, the try code is the same. The try code is the same. There's not much we can do.
And the roster is almost the same as well. Well,
the
Tag
roster
and Waddle were there, but yeah, I do see. On the side of ULF, they have a really great strength of Fabian, which who has a huge impact here as a KO, whether it's stopping the push with a 0 point or fragment or delivering those flash drives to his teammates. I do see a huge impact, and to me, Fabian has upgraded his performance. Vlad even highlighted that after one of the matches, that Fabian got a huge, I think it was 4 or 5k to close that match out, and I do love the performance. Obviously quite straightforward agent pool right here. I do love the classical approach here. Dynasty, I think they're looking kind of similar here in terms of the agent pool. They might maybe gonna switch something up, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Actually, if someone is gonna switch it up, it's probably gonna be ULF, but this is one of their best maps, so I don't see it likely.
Yeah, they have made changes over the course of this series here, but actually the first change they made was to this composition, but on a completely different map, on Lotus. So look, I do think for them, this is now theirs to take. I think definitely now ULF have become the favorites to win over the course of this series. The ticker has moved slowly over towards their side here. It's a mirror matchup. There's no surprises there whatsoever. For Dynasty, win condition now just has to be to get through this map. However you can do it, get to the finish line on this map, and then things are back in your favor, I think, by that final one, which I think is, you know, more their speed. But yeah, ULF Esports, we've seen them so much on this map. They have looked so solid. I mean, just look back to yesterday, right? In the first half of both of the first 2 maps against Mandatory, you know, they were relatively even. It started, in fact, 8-4 to Mandatory in map 1. It started 6-6 in map 2 to, well, I mean, not to either of them. But then the third map, it was it was 10-2 to Desire, to ULF by the end of the first half, and they closed it out 13-2 in the end here on Ascent. And yeah, this is a scary team. That's the thing. If you're coming up against ULF now, you've got to be thinking, okay, we let this run away from us. We need to put everything into this. We know Desire have the there you go, I did it as well. We know Dynasty have the quality to be able to do this. Absolutely, they have more than enough quality, but you're now on ULF's home ground. It's a scary, scary prospect. Before I throw it over to the casters, I want to see what you guys think about this one. Throw in chat what your picks are for the winner, whether you think ULF is going to win it out here, whether you think we're going to 5 maps. I'm going to throw it over now to Hazza and Cairo to cast this one.
Yeah, ULF finding themselves in a 4th map of a best-of-5 grand final for the first time in their history. Not only have they won a map in a grand final, Lightning has striked twice. It's their opportunity to bring it home on Ascent, a map which has been regimentally banned by Dynasty so far in their EMEA Stage 3 campaign. This is it. Do they buckle under the pressure, or is their time now?
Both teams have not lost this map. ULF have played it 5 times. Dynasty have only played it twice. So a flawless record is going to be broken today. Who's going to win it?
Is it a record which sets Dynasty up for a 5th and final map? One which they're well acquainted with? Or have ULF got what it takes to mirror the run of the team before them, BBL Pacific, Enterprise, names which we were expecting to perhaps see at this stage in the competition, but the limelight on these two, and Famzy starting off the pistol round well for Dynasty, a kill through middle, a kill which could have been compounded with Sop's death, it isn't.
Now trying to poke and prod in 2 different parts of the map, one through mid, and not checking your corners will get you picked off. As that's now Dynasty 2 to the good.
Yeah, very split approach here from ULF, and with Sop dropping on B, it's down to the last 2 players mark it.
Starting to really fall apart. How did they even get out? Look at how surrounded they are. At least 4 players were round about it until Tyc dropped off. And now they somehow managed to get themselves close to getting on site.
30 seconds left.
Protocols Dynasty set up for the double hold on stairs.
Ready for it, Fabian sneaking his way through, trying to give no audibles whatsoever. But a TQ is going to be hard to try and break, as Fabian is the one to try and break it down. His teammate Audaz is going through stairs. Finally they go through, break it down, and with 10 seconds left, there's a chance to get the spike down. There it goes, and a 3v2 to try and clutch from. The players come out, Audaz collects the head, but Creamy, Dreamy and Tyc, the duo that have been together for almost 3 years, will get it over the line.
Forged in the north,
Team Ace.
and now cemented in the Spanish south. Dynasty really needed this round to kick their defense off with success, allowing ULF to find liftoff early on the attack, especially after putting themselves in this strong B-site hold where they bunkered up in the 4 versus 2. Would have been an absolute nightmare. Important to call back to yesterday again, 10 out of the 12 attack rounds won on Ascent for ULF, and a very clear approach in how they wanted to attack it.
A main trap set up, Tyc behind Creamy. In fact, it's just going to be Creamy to hold up himself. Players getting his way, a swinging Spectre. This is easy as that.
I was about to say it's this outlaw again from Sop as well that you had to be worried about, but ULF don't really give it the time of day to actually get working. Neki to repossess, and with that first warning shot, I'd be surprised if Dynasty want to re-challenge this post-haste. With a flash, anything is possible.
Well, the anti-eco round finally converted. It feels like a long time since we've actually been able to say that statement. Well, I guess it happened second half of Abyss, but you get what I'm trying to say. It's been mostly whoever wins the pistol loses the next round.
Yeah.
Not the case here.
to dive bomb it immediately. That's what I was saying. I'm surprised that ULF didn't go for more of a default when you're playing for picks with the Outlaw, but no time to dwell on it. That's the reality. We've come out of the extended break with Dynasty having the first couple of rounds. Outlaw in their possession 2 times over, but no real focus on middle from the defense.
Happy to give it up. Know that market is the real danger point.
They want to invite as much pressure as possible to go for these deep lying holds because they know if ULF are investing utility to take neutral ground, they're going to win in the late rounds.
The defense side is the typical favoured side for most teams, but both of these two find themselves with a better win rate on the attack, most interestingly.
Focus on the spike on the back of Fabian right now towards A is ULF are gathering in B main, but all of this just feels like a bit of a setup, a quick fake through the initiator, and potential setup of a late lurk of Echo. Dynasty reconfirming the mid control, now the A split.
30 seconds left.
Famzy, the one furthest forward, the Outlaw shot's not hitting, and well, that allows the A site to be open, but Ticey's got an Outlaw of his own, and the Sheriff still yet to pick his weapon, and the spam house somehow works out. There's a late deposit through shot, Echo makes his way over, and Creamy Dreamy with a big molly, and not able to capitalise off the back of it.
Yeah, it could be a round-defining kill. We've gone 4 versus 4. Dynasty have a monopoly on the short space, all backed up into the site.
Having to fight their way forward, but it's even trades. This is still doable for Dynasty, even though the better weapons are on the Turkish side. And now it's just the 2 players locked out in main. An info dart to try and get information, but there's a smoke down. It won't find anything. They need to spam through, but it's not going to work out. It's going to be a Dynasty round, unless Odas go for something incredible, a TPN, and a clutch in the round. What was that?
Absolutely sensational from Ordaz. That final bullet hits the midriff, the leg, I don't know. Barely a connection onto the diffuser, but it's just enough. And the TP requirement, there you have it. Ticey taken out. And one more through the dome piece of Waddle. Just to make certain. ULF have gotten on the board, but it's come at quite the cost. It's reflected in the purchase here. Dynasty could very quickly set up to extend their lead. As we've also seen a shift in the Cypher setup on round number 4. It's over towards A this time.
The operator holding on towards mid as well. As Dynasty are changing the setup round to round, and also like minute to minute. You look at this, Ticey swap towards A, the KO now towards B.
It's smart from Famzy as well, because while he was playing aggressive early, he knows that that utility has come back up for ULF. Fabian's just got his knife, and Neki the recon dart as he is committed to the drone towards A. That will bring over the operator on Dynasty's defender side. You can already see Echo is providing an outlet here, and the rest of the attack are grouping up for the B send without the Sentinel setup there.
Nearly everything you would want on the KO, but only an info dart on Waddle. He won't even be able to fire it off, and now Creamy Dreamy right under fire. Famzy trying to get out of market, trying to get an op shot off, but from Locks is where Echo gets cut down, and well, this ends up in an even trade. Spike to be committed, time low, but Dynasty not wanting to gamble with this and wait until Tag gets into position.
Yeah, Ticey was thinking about taking a peek through the smoke there, but better of it in the end. They don't have numbers here, Dynasty, but they do have util.
That they do, and they're going to try and force it through. Tag, the player, to smash it home, but it's Ordaz, the player who clutched up last round. The man who managed to get ULF into a winnable position, trying to play around his own smoke. But his opponent smoke! He doesn't even need it! He'll smoke the whole of Dynasty and put them back to spawn!
Ordaz again in a clutch situation. So much impact throughout this series. Think of the amount of doubles that he's had up until this point. And both players laser focus. It's so awkward. I'm not sure who it was that was just walking at the back of the two there, but they line up for him. And now, as quickly as ULF could have ran out of their own money, Dynasty have fallen upon hard times.
Tag with the cam contact and playing up close with a stinger. Managed to dodge it up close and personal. Neki caught off guard. At least there's an even trade. And that rifle can be chucked away to stop any of the Dynasty players from grabbing it.
ULF should now feel pretty confident, having found the Cypher player right at the start of the round, that if they group up and brute force a site, they'll have numbers at the very least. There's nothing that could trip them up. Ultimate used by Ticey here to confirm B, but feels like a bit of a meaningless play because as soon as it confirms that B is the site, it's a hat off the head of Echo, neural theft in, and a post-plant set up pretty convincingly. It's just Sheriffs on the other side, of course.
We have seen Sheriffs pose an issue before. Wodas with his own ultimate thinking about going for a play, but he needs to be careful of Ticey, which he has noted. And the paranoia invested to a single player when there's more bodies elsewhere. Key piece of utility missing, but yeah, as we start to see the players light up the kill feed, it will be all of ULF. So advantage should be taken here. It will be. And Dynasty will have their buy back with some ultimates for the next round.
And still just waiting to see what the situation is. Ticey playing for exits. Needs some sharp shots. Just the one. It's a one and done. A one-round lead for ULF now.
Oh.
Yeah, in that game of timing, the Stinger is always going to win when you have to draw first.
Operator back out for Famzy. He had it before. Just wasn't able to make the value count. It's more about the fact that we have the null command for the retake for Creamy Dreamy, which will be excellent in terms of being able to retake, take utility offline that may be set up on site. It seems as if this is another quick take that ULF are setting up for.
Have both traps there though, and with Tag playing all the way back in spawn, he's in a position to not be caught by the null command if committed. All of that will stay on side, and Waddle doesn't even need it. Playing in market, catches Sop, dropping right onto the threshold. Still ULF scaling their way in, but getting fully caught by the utility, and Ticey playing off. It will bag himself 2 quick kills. Twice the numbers now for the defense.
Oh, the Clutch
and the
King.
Spike yet to make it into the site.
The Clutch King is dead. It seems as if Ordaz won't get his chance to clutch up this time round, but most importantly, it's still that null command available for both sides. And Neki, one of his Hunter's Fury, if he was able to get a double here, he could set himself up in post.
Nah, it's so difficult to do so on the B site though. He has to be the one cut loose. Playing a little more forward, Fabian missed shots. That's not going to make life any easier for Neki, who will drop by his side. So Dynasty do have their equalizing round on the defense, which started well, took a little bit of time to get this next one. But a big rifle round coming up between the two.
That is a big rifle round indeed. It's one that could decide the future, with Dynasty starting to get a little bit back into the old coffers, and one in which is a completely broken buy for ULF. But we have seen them convert thrifties before, especially the last round of the last map.
Yeah, I thought ULF would have a little bit more money at this stage in the game, right? 3 round wins in a row, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what happens when only 2 survive. The previous. Blades in the hands of Sop though. And already up on his perch. Top of the arch in middle. Dynasty have either fought here outright with 3 or 4 players or completely conceded the space, and it's the second option this time.
The operator's still on the line. They stop finding this space continuously.
And like a magnet, it's drawn in everyone on the Dynasty side. You look at Famzy, he's backed all the way up through Speedway on B, really lifting from having his foot down in main. Still full setup towards A though, and once again, Tag is nowhere to be seen, so if Fabian does want to throw the null command into this, which right now, ooh, there might be an incentive to, with Waddle dropped.
Oh,
it's going to come through, and there's a full setup to play off here.
Fabian with a lovely play in towards him, and Ticey, the only one on site, finally traded out, and it goes Ulf's way firmly. Looks as if they're going to hold on for the pickup of Creamy Dreamy, and it should be hook, line and sinker as Famzy taps it. Fabian is there, and the attack will get that thrifty round we spoke of.
They just seem all too commonplace for Ulf, and at points in the game when it should be a chance for Dynasty to build up a lead, right? Get themselves in front even in this situation, where it was 3 rounds to 3. But now they're on the receiving end, and the money's got no better. So Ulf presented a golden opportunity, and it's not for the first time, and that's the most worrying part.
I feel as if like that's the big thing. Like when both of these teams have been in commanding positions, they've let it slip. It feels like a loss of concentration. I mean, you think as well when you look at both of these teams, right? Ulf inexperienced, I can forgive that, but Dynasty and the positions that they've been in the past, Creamy, Dreamy, and Ticey with their run and with Sweet and Sour last year out in North, and then Tag and Waddle, who have been on Desire, winning out multiple championships, and then on top of that, sending themselves to Ascension multiple times where they've failed to live up to what everyone thinks should be a good team.
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess the difference is that was a one-team region in North with Sweet and Sour, and none of those Grand Finals appearances amounted to, you know, even a 5th map appearance between the two teams. The 4th map was the furthest that they got. For Waddle, the Italian League, obviously a respite for him, but we sort of failed to see it again when he played against Apex regionally. And sure, we're talking about the very best that Challengers EMEA has had to offer in years gone by, but that's the standard you have to hold yourself to if you want to make the Ascension run that comes after this. That's the guarantee.
Yeah.
And we know that Waddle can be a big game player, and he's come into his own really a lot, especially in this tournament. But yeah, there are multiple players, I think, right now on the Dynasty side that are hitting their peak. It's just that slight lack of consistency, especially in those ecos.
I think that's the big thing, right? This is like the little like training exercise before you head towards the gauntlet, and by God, you need to be prepared for it, especially when Enterprise and BBL Pacific, who went out in the same group, are lying in wait. A month to prepare, but you need to be prepared for this grand final here and now. As Famzy holds the line and B main, and with nearly 5 bodies ready to run on down, he's overwhelmed, but there is bodies close by to try and support. And well, it'll be Waddle to strike first into the round, as well as Famzy and his classic. Oddaz stuck it, he shouldn't have. And Dynasty at this moment in time have everything they need to close this out.
Yeah, Fabian with the spike though, low HP, teetering on the edge, and there's only 10 seconds. No plant here, round's over. Ulf have missed their opportunity. Dynasty will just be looking to clean the slate and stop any of these guns from getting out.
Yeah, I don't know what Ulf have been up to for majority of this round. Just sitting waiting for aggression to come to them. And they got absolutely nothing. And I mean, that's been the case for the most of the part for Dynasty. They have been pretty resolute in positioning.
Yes, this should do.
taking a look back at Dynasty's previous games, you would be well versed to expect aggression coming from the timeout with the Hunter's Fury online. We've seen them make these plays before. I think it's this round that we might actually end up getting it. But no, it's Famzy picked off in mid early by Sop. So early win for the attack where they previously lacked it. And this time it's complete laissez-faire on B main. They've given it up fully, just with Util watching over.
Tasty respecting it. Some audibles, but he's given a chance, and well, he'll snatch it. Sop's life taken, drone destroyed, no info gain from ULF, and now they have to try and break out of A main when there's so many bodies and so much utility to stop them.
We're wondering if Ordaz is looking for the TP, and he is. A foolish mistake. The choke well held as Tag will catch Echo, the straggler of the mid piece, Neki the next, and he's out of range. So a 4 versus 2. Tag having to be a little bit careful with where he plays from though, as the whole of the B site relying on him staying alive.
30 seconds left.
We'll catch a glimpse at one of the players' shoulders, but with 20 seconds left, it still needs to get a move on here, ULF, or else Dynasty will have exactly what they need, taking their time to clear it out, and maybe just playing with those last remaining seconds is what they need to do. A big molly, but it will end up with nothing. Dynasty advantage restored.
And again, ULF walk away empty-handed. The biggest glaring issue for me with their attack right now is the impossibility of closing the gap, gaining space, finding a little bit of traction to get out of the mains. Because when you fundamentally look at how Ascent plays as a map, you talk about the theory, all of this mid space is great, but I want to see them do a little bit more with it, especially when you're finding a pick through Sop onto Famzy right at the start. You put a huge question mark on market, and they don't do all too much with it. As soon as you get in those mains positions, you've got to be looking at just exploding onto the site and maybe having a player come in late. But they just make it look so convoluted at the same time. It takes a little too long for them to actually go through the motions and create those executions.
And I wonder, now that we're here, the question I was going to ask is, like, is maybe the occasion getting the better of them? A young team who have only really featured in one grand final, right? Is the occasion of an EMEA grand final potentially getting too much for them?
Well, that's what Vlad is for. Laying the groundwork, waking up early before the rest of the team, walking his dog and getting the notes in, as he was saying yesterday. And I think you really need that mentorship, especially from someone like him who's had prior VCT experience. Is this a half buy, but it starts with a catalytic kill. Waddle removed from B, and some early information from Echo to try and force the issue. But the recontest from Dynasty is second to none. The util comes flooding back in, and the Pistols will be lucky to get away with anything more than just the first.
That's it. Yeah, I think Dynasty seem to have woken up after 2 maps on the other end of the sword. I think we will be heading to that map number 5. If it keeps going like this, both teams have the same exact comp, so they should be able to replicate what the other is doing. Famzy's up, ready to go once again.
That goes there. Yes, this should do.
It's been quite hit or miss. Sometimes in this series, taking Dynasty up to heights that you expect of an Ascension candidate. Others outright punished by the individuals on the ULF side. It won't be getting any action early doors here. Stationed in A main, away from the rest, as the 0 point has landed this time top of market and just confirmed that there is no Dynasty presence there. And this is what I was talking about in the previous freeze time. ULF have to be playing around with this as much as possible. Oh, hello.
Big entry. Famzy finding odd eyes. No more smokes for the rest of the round. Meaning that ULF need to take that mid space. Echo missing his chance and completely fumbling the opportunity. As Ticey looks to go and try and take it to Sop, but he's dancing and playing with his foot. Finally collects it. At this moment in time, Dynasty, they're looking down the barrel of 7.
Didn't know if he wanted to jump peek or hard clear it. Neki has found one, bridging the gap towards the B site though, and it's a huge duel between Fabian and Waddle. He's not looking for the sober player though. So the Odin wins, and that should be the round wrapped
30
up.
seconds left.
Shot down.
Oh, shots.
I have the spike.
25 seconds, 3 players alive. Yeah, well, there you go. I was waiting to see if Waddle would peek out into the rifle to put it into the realms of possibility, but it's not the case. And at this moment in time, Dynasty find the advantage. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah. It's like, so the KO knife was missed in the previous round, which mattered not because there was nobody playing from Market. It lands this round, but then the flash doesn't quite connect. Frustrating. On the other side though, Creamy Dreamy already with 11 assists, looking to tee up another piece here. As we've got 2 scoped weapons, Tag with an Outlaw on B, and Famzy in middle.
Seems as if 4 players are going to be dedicated towards this mid split through and towards B.
Right here.
Look at Famzy. Drone clears the space and he's immediately there, punished by Fabian.
Big kill from Fabian as well. And then on to the B site where the Cypher setup is. Dynasty are well set up for this. They know exactly what they need to do to make it 8-4. But 4 players managed to get out in towards the switch, out in towards potentially the site. Tag under pressure and he can't handle it. Advantage still towards Dynasty though. Neki's Odin needs to get a very lucky spray down, but he won't find it. Dynasty have 8.
A lead which they will treasure on this map 4. But the next pistol is pivotal. ULF fading away with a big opportunity to take the title now. Can they seize it with both hands, or do we go all 5?
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And
This map has not been lost by either side, but it'll be lost after this second half for one. Dynasty with an 8-4 lead, and one which should be good enough to convert from.
Should be. But how many times have we seen that not be the case so far today? Eco's won aplenty, the majority of them on the ULF side. They'll need every last drop of luck that they can get to flip this one on its head. Coming in on the defense, it's always going to be a strong point for them. But that pistol round, which has felt ever evasive at times, is almost a necessity.
Dynasty set their eyes on mid. In fact, perhaps towards B, the way that Ticey's moving.
And I think so far, in terms of Tyce's calling, it's that mid-round which has maybe been a little bit more lacking from the rookie in-game leader. These set calls, though, these pre-planned finishes are where you're expecting them to thrive, and through market they will go.
Echo turns a flash and turns two players around and back out the other end. Famzy at least able to recover the spike and still has forces to support him on towards the side, but a stack, a TQ, a totem, in which you're going to have to see Dynasty try and dismantle. It won't work out. A nice kill by Tag, and he won't even be able to get the reload off in the end. So with that, ULF will have the chance to half this lead.
The slice from Tag may leave a scar, but the only mark on the record right now is the defensive round win. The pistol for ULF. Echo's double in the corner is monumental. And Fabian finding two more is what kills it off. Salt in the wound, perhaps. But with Dynasty having no plant, there isn't a window to force here. And what a big risk it would have been anyway. We know they like to go for it, but...
Yeah, I think on certain maps it demands it, but how choke pointy Ascent can be, I would find it very worrying if that was to be the case. Player pinged out, the jet of Fabian, and shocks to being returned to their face. It's going to be a quick exit into the B site. And for a minute you got excited, but Sops, Marshall for a highlight play once again.
Reloading bullet after bullet, just can't find the shots, but nails the head of Creamy to the B site wall in the end. There was a moment there where things looked really scary. I mean, Echo had the setup, playing really close to the cage, and with no reveals from the trap or the recon, problems. And I want to see if Dynasty will take that a step further for us in the next. Because ULF really struggled to escalate whenever they were pushing through the main positions. Dynasty have made that look a little less effortless.
Odaz under fire, holding on towards the paranoia and calling for support. He's already been able to dissuade them for holding on towards me, but at the same time, Sop capitalises off the chaos, gets himself an entry, and that's no more smokes. Sticking around in Sabrosa is not where you want to be. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Sop gets picked out.
Yeah, but it's put Dynasty in a tenuous situation now. They have a decision to make after that reclear. It is to just send it up catwalk where Fabian is waiting.
Oh, and so is Echo. That's a sheriff. Lovely shots from Creamy Dreamy. And, well, it seems to be the case for Dynasty that they're able to respond when needed. Odaz, the man who seems to clutch up every time, does have a rifle to recover.
Yeah, and so he will give this a go, but it's a very well-navigated round on the whole from Dynasty. We've not seen the defender's side go for much set aggression so far in this map. But they have reacted well, and it leaves Odaz with it all to do. Smokes and TPs, but needs that first kill clean.
Oh, the knife hasn't hit. There is a molly and Creamy Dreamy as a last resort, but you imagine with 3 players up, they'll be looking to play off one another. And Creamy Dreamy gives the first one. Tag up next, and well, he'll be the one to send it home. Rifle round 1, but not without a little bit of trouble.
You can say that again. But when the feed restores itself, I think it's important to note, there it is, that, yeah, ULF kind of setting the pace there. Like I said, that was something that Dynasty were doing a lot against them previously. And I think, or against Team Liquid, sorry, I should say, when they last played this map, as it has been a rigorous ban for them. ULF's preparation felt inclined towards that at times, why they were so staggered and slow in their approach. And well, now, it's off the other foot that we go. Trying to take a page out of Dynasty's old strat.
We'll be looking at Fabian here, pushed off of the shot. Sop already looking to pick up the angle after taking a little bit of damage, but this is not where it's going to end. Dynasty finding themselves towards the B side, but that operator just misses the chance, and now we look at the site.
Smoke fades late onto the shoulders of Echo. Neki playing in behind. Players lit up on the Dynasty side. Sop closing in. The wolf pack of ULF closing in on their target. They can smell blood in the water. This the chance for 7, and they will send it with some conviction. Waddle has responded and stays alive in the round. A lifeline for the Italian club, but that is all it will be. Cut short. 2 rounds the gap. ULF still alive in this map.
I will survive them.
And look at that. Look what they've done to the buy of Dynasty off the back of it. A big round to win out, because for whatever reason, this attack, I mean, maybe through the struggles of the round previous, don't really have much to come back in with. A few players missing bits and bobs, and look at that. It's 3 stingers and a ghost.
You can see the Hunter's Fury from Waddle available here as well with the stingers in play. You're kind of expecting this to just be a rehearsed opening from the attack, and it is. Ult comes in, blinded up Neki, dead man walking, Famzy as well on the entry. The B site gutted immediately. A Dynasty on spot with a 10th queued up.
It would have to be something special if that was the case. Paranoia and still a flash on Fabian. That's going to be what sets up the players.
Oh, Upshot whizzes past. Sop needed that entry pick but can't get it. A clean trade from Dynasty has put them in the perfect position to claw back around here. With minimal investment up front, ULF are now sent searching to try and find those players. They forced the issue on the site, a team flash in the mix, but they brought it down to a 2-on-2. Waddle one back with the ghost in hand, but the bow drawn means that Fabian claims yet another, the newest face in the lineup. From stage 2 until the end of the line, he's run out of time with 4 kills under his belt. It's Dynasty that move to 10.
Not before committing every single player to making sure that spike goes boom. They made it work somehow on a thrifty round. But oh my god, not without trouble. ULF making it get close just by sheer mechanical talent.
1 enemy remaining.
Fabian in it to win it, but just not enough time in play. A 60-second intermission as Vlad checks back in with his group, the youngest group in the tournament. I think it's so important to just re-stress that fact. An average age of 18. Players that have been brought in from other projects, Premier in the first stage, to back-to-back grand finals in those that followed. And this, the best opportunity yet to get their hands on silverware. Like I said, Cairo, this is the first time we've seen ULF go to a map 4 in one of their grand finals. Sure, the opponent of a different caliber, I think, when you utter the name of BBL Pacific. But Dynasty struggling equally as such in these positions. It's what you said earlier. It's whoever is going to fumble first.
And it's harsh to see that. Like, it feels as if like the both teams have brilliance, moments of greatness, right? But when you're watching the game, right, and for most of this year, when we think of Tier 2 and the teams that have been regularly in the top 4, BBL Pacific, Enterprise, and Focus, those are the top 3 teams that have always consistently showed up. Everybody has shown us moments where you're like, yeah, this makes sense. This is why they're the top 4. This is why they are so good. And then you come into a game like this, and not to be too harsh on these two teams, they are obviously our top 2 for this split 3, but the level will need to be risen heading towards Ascension.
Yeah, I think there is an important point to make here, though, as we are in a slight technical pause, is the circumstance of this grand final as well. Looking at Ascension, and one of the differences, this is played online. ULF have lost 2 grand finals, but both of those have been stage games. Dynasty, their only win came from a LAN setup in Murcia. So what's that then going to look like when you move into a completely different environment in Berlin? in a couple of months' time. I think you almost expect Dynasty to improve, and for ULF, an unknown quantity, I think, in those prac rooms, but with a little bit of pressure alleviated from the home setups where, you know, they've been group stage demons in Turkey all year long, upsets here and there. This is their showground, their opportunity to exhibit their quality.
Yeah, it's quality that needs to come through for this map for both teams to finish it out. Dynasty, for the most part, it's come through in dribs and drabs, and the last two maps have left a lot to be desired. Ascent, I guess, has filled me with a lot of faith in the way that they've come back into this series. They needed to find something, and Sunset on the horizon. It's just whether ULF have what it takes to upset that, being on the defense. A side where we all know is naturally inclined to win rounds, more a bias towards that side, but it's not the side that ULF find themselves favouring. Typically they win more rounds on attack, and maybe this is an endemic issue that's been shown by Dynasty.
Yeah, suppression comes in, updraft caught, brilliant trapwire placement, but no capitalization through these pistols. You're asking a lot of ULF in this round. It wouldn't be the one to respond. 11 for Dynasty, very much expected here. As like you say, both teams aren't on the sides that they would prefer. ULF, naturally such an aggressive unit.
Well, ULF going to be aggressive on the retake. Fabian out from short, nearly had his chance to peek in towards Hill where two players weren't anticipating him, and well, they'll anticipate him now. Echo's Sheriff getting the work done, but he'll need to do a lot more here. Rifle in hand, can't get Creamy Dreamy, and it will be 11 for Dynasty.
Yeah, Echo there had the right read, two players stacked up in Hell. But the spike plant is going to suffice. This was the perfect counter here. But there wasn't a player in heaven maybe to capitalize the sort of position that you do well in. And Dynasty very quick to have teammates break the trap at Famsy's back. 11-7, but this is the biggest round in the series so far. Is there anything else left to be said of ULF on Ascent? Or do we travel to the city at the end of the sun, at the end of this veto, to decide who goes as top seed into Ascension? It's a tale of 5th and 7th, but by the end of the night, one will break free from their shackles, and it's looking like right now, Dynasty are the favourites to go the distance.
Wow. Oh, Dynasty in towards the site they go, and it's Neki at the back of site being supported by Odaz using the ultimate to get there, and ULF making it difficult for Dynasty to get that spike ferried over, and it seems if Ticey's got other ideas, he's going to use his own.
Fakes the rotation. Yeah, just drops back into tiles, a position where ULF have no bodies, so they can't search for that audible, and as he walks back in, this should be the green light for the attack to resume play.
No paranoia though, so maybe waiting for the second smoke. They'll smoke CT to allow them to get over, still taking their time, and Ticey and Waddle fight Neki and Odaz at the back of sight. Echo goes as well. Dynasty now looking to find 12. Finally, they'll get their chance to win out a map, and it will be in flawless fashion. Map point, Dynasty.
And it's nothing less than they deserve. Just took a little moment there to put the procedures in place, get that final smoke up from Ticey. Sop caught on the dash, it's unfortunate, but literally a half chance in a round which was already won. Fabian's strongest as that second in, flashing back for a fast flood, but Dynasty, having already bridged the gap out into Speedway, cut off the cross, stopped any chance.
Odaz under pressure and respecting that as well as he goes towards the back of A.
Seeing the parallels there as well from the top-down view. Sop with his back to the A main wall can hear the echoes of Dynasty grumbling to life, but it's short-lived, their time in that space. The knife very quickly clearing them out. But ULF having already placed such a deep cam from B main at the start of the round means that they have a monopoly on info, and they're quite happy to play for a retake on this left-hand side with their ults. Say that.
Yeah, ULF are going to take matters into their own hands as they look to be proactive through mid, but they missed their opportunity. Ooh. That was a big one. That Hunter's Fury perhaps wanting to be held in towards a retake, make things chaotic, but with time being so low, the step's being held by Fabian. He's calling for his team to rotate, and he's even going to get caught out himself towards the B site. That's where Dynasty look to descend.
Yeah, and that was the null command as well. That was the retake setup. ULF have to flood, and they will through Echo.
Yeah, trying to get things done through mid. Oh, the kills going the Turkish way.
They've won it.
Spike down and time so low. Waddle has no chance unless he was to find something incredible. Oda's just to find, but time ticking away. It will be 12-8 after this one.
That's crazy. Oda's even going for the final fight. ULF could have walked out of that round without a single weapon, and they're lucky to even survive it. It's Dynasty leaving things late again, which has turned it to their own favor. And Bromas is having absolutely none of it, because you should have been looking at a 13-7 and a map 5 already secured. What a difference that could be. Fabian gets caught out top mid with his hands in his pockets, like with being, you know, the most stable of win conditions with that null command. He wanted to search for the info of the rotation, because Dynasty were in transition towards B, but such a risky play. 4 more opportunities for them now.
Yeah, and that should be plentiful. Not only does Bromas get to correct his team and think about everything that they need to do to get things over the line, but ULF will also have Vlad speaking, talking to his team, informing them what they need to adjust, because let's be honest, there is adjustments well needed for this defensive ult. Even though they were able to win that last round, it was through the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the money is firmly with Dynasty. This buy no better than the previous if you're ULF. The one silver lining is that an ult taken offline was one still left to be used in the next. Fabian with the null command. And already they're hearing that Creamy collecting info through his own knife. All 5 players from Dynasty on B. The cam has caught the first. Now they look to accelerate.
So, trying to play from an angle that he hopes will not be clear. The Hunter's Fury in from the attack, and it seems as Sop has been identified, has to make his move, and Echo being team flashed, but the players don't anticipate his movement, don't anticipate the positions, and ULF will stop Dynasty getting out and winning the map. It's 12-9, we continue on.
Oh my god. Dynasty trying to rally the troops to force the B main play again. But Echo finds 2 of the crispest headshots out of that Guardian. Sop in no man's land. This was an absolute mess, but Fabian following it up as well will make amends. Make no mistake. ULF are not done yet, and look at how that has quickly been reflected on Dynasty's side of the server. This won't be their best foot forward.
Still trying to continue on, still trying to fight on. Plenty of utility to make players feel under pressure. A swing out, oh, that's his rifle, you know he's good for it. And the players of ULF are just stopping everything in their tracks. They're trying their best, but they just can't succeed. ULF, 12-10, and that's the quickest fashion I've seen a gap being reduced.
And Dynasty won't get a moment of respite. That last timeout used, one of the final ones they have. I don't think they have a second timeout.
They don't.
They increase the volume. They turn it all the way up to 10. And ULF are happy to match them for pace. How many times do we see that on Haven? When Dynasty wanted to go for these quick executions, immediately getting met with an equal response.
Oh, escapes into the corner and towards Wayne. This is a big potential. The play out. I mean, Daz is absolutely lights out. Every angle, every opportunity. It seems as ULF is ready to fight. They go once more into the deep. We go to 12-11. They're taking everything on the front foot.
This is unbelievable. I don't think I've seen 3 rounds of Defender side Ascent played as quickly as this.
Yes, this should.
I don't think I've seen 3 rounds of attack side Ascent played so carelessly as this. Dynasty are giving ULF everything they want and then some to make a final stand, and coming into the last round of regulation.
This goes here.
The Wolf's battle cry shall be heard yet again. Unstoppable force reaches a movable object. And still, this defense will not budge.
Dynasty, I mean, the question is really starting to be asked of them. Asked of their caliber. Can they bounce back in the face of adversity? This is your grand final. The chance to take first seed in Ascension. And the Italian side from the Spanish region are feeling.
I think the nerves are getting to them. Just trying to rush it. And with the null command committed here, you've still got the Cypher setup of Echo elsewhere. Global presence, making it felt. Sop has been revealed, and in the corner he's stuck, but with Neki bailing him out for 1, and not just that, the second, maybe even the third! The Turks have taken them out! Dynasty just can't get going, and with 4, 5 rounds behind them now, we are going to OT!
All the way to overtime. A 2-round shootout between these two to try and get to map 5, and for ULF to just finish out here and now.
I mean, 5 rounds consecutive.
This is a nice spot.
ULF now flipping to the attack side, where they registered only 4 rounds
this is a nice spot.
in the wake of Dynasty's 8. More of a default being played to kick things off, just looking for an opening. But the fact that we've even gotten here makes you think Dynasty are shaken. Lessons not learned, in my eyes. With Famzy spotted nice and early, Sop with a chance to reclaim that space for the attack.
And mistakes continuing to be made. Sop's attack side up. Shunned away. In fact, no, he's actually going to go for this into the smoke.
Has a dash, and that's about it, but you start to wonder, when does it come through? Dynasty, in the meantime, have set themselves up a contact play. It's a camera over the shoulder of Tag with him to peek from a flash of Creamy. Spring loaded in market. But they peel off for a deeper hold. We're into 45-second territory now, and ULF have to make a decision.
The longer they wait, the more time that Dynasty will have to just deny a spike plan. That's all they really need to do. That's the win condition. We all know that. As Famzy's glass cannon operator on the A site still holds on towards the main portion. Flash is being thrown his way. He won't even get a shot off. In the corner is Ticey, and he'll
20
deny.
seconds.
And there's still Echo to come through late. The players trying to hold on to shot, but Echo, the man of the series, has popped up.
No way!
Oh
my God!
ULF have the advantage on Ascent for the first time.
Remember the name, echoing through the halls. Dynasty. He is the one who haunts their nightmares. This wraparound set up perfectly. To find 2 is everything.
Enemy remaining.
To find 4, the finishing touches on a huge turnaround at the end of our penultimate map.
It seems as if Dynasty are going for something quick. We've seen this before. We've seen it not work. ULF are ready to destroy a Dynasty, but instead, there's a little bit of resistance. A big flash out won't work out.
No, it won't. Dynasty have just a moment to set up this post, but look at ULF. They're bearing on down. They're going for the jugular. They are in for the kill.
They're ready for it. Sop though, still trying to hold on to his operator, trying to fire shots through, but Echo through heaven, and Sop through shot. They're ready to do it right here and now. Cut down the Italian team, who have never been able to get this far. Neither have ULF. The Young Guns are ready to break it, ready to show that the Turkish region is most dominant. Time ticking away, but it's for Dynasty. It will be the Wolves to hell all the way to first seed.
3 stages of wait, but their first ever title in Challengers taken in their debut year, making the same run replicable to BBL Pacific in years gone by, from Premier to an Ascension first seed. A team which relied on its preparation, and there were plenty of bumps in the road, but when they got to that grand final, it's the performance befitting of a champion. Congratulations to ULF, your Challengers EMEA Stage 3 winners. Dynasty felt up to the task at the start, and the beginning of the veto felt like it firmly favoured them, but they took their foot off the gas and never quite got going again.
I mean, the taster that we've had for watching these this series, right, for watching this full tournament, a taster for Ascension. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a month to wait till then, Hazza, but by God, these teams must be ready, because what a final that was.
Yeah, look, still plenty of work to be done from everyone, though. We're seeing last-minute transfers. We're seeing teams start to build up their map pools, and we're seeing ULF at the top of the pile. The first seed is from Turkey. It might not be the team that you expected, but my God, what an Ascension we've got coming up. I hope you all have enjoyed what was a stellar grand final in the end. Ascent delivering on all fronts. I've been Hazza JC, joined by Cairo yet again. We're going to send it back to the desk and catch the thoughts of them coming out of this grand finals win.
Thank you so much, guys. I think we can quite securely say that none of us expected quite that level of dominance out of ULF after the map veto. After map 1, we knew they were going to be dominated. On Lotus, they managed to get 10 rounds out of Dynasty. And then for the next 3 maps, they just showed over and over again why you cannot let your guard down against this team. We saw the same story yesterday against Mandatory. If you leave the door open for ULF, they are going to take full advantage of you. And here, 7 rounds straight, Dynasty cannot convert any of the advantages that they have, and ULF take it by storm. What a ridiculous comeback there on Ascent to close it out in 4. I have not seen anything like that in a long time.
Experience is the thing that has risen up in discussions multiple times in this tournament. ULF is one of the most inexperienced teams, but you have to respect that comeback. That comes from somewhere deep. Maybe it was Vlad supporting there, maybe it was the players just keeping the mental up, but these players are incredible. Fabian up on the top, Echo, incredible performance to close it out on OT as well. What a performance throughout this whole tournament. I don't think anyone would have believed ULF to take this after that map veto, but they proved us wrong. Echo, absolute MVP to myself in this tournament, especially in the playoff stage.
I have to agree with you. There is absolutely no other player I could pick going out of that one that is my MVP of the tournament. He has very much not carried his team on his back, because the whole of ULF has just been ridiculously fundamentally good over the course of the whole tournament. However, he has put in a shift round after round. You have to give it to Echo there, but just in general, I mean, The resilience of this team, I think, caused Dynasty to have a complete meltdown towards the end of the map. It's just running around corners with knives out. To be able to turn a team like Dynasty, a team with so much tier 2 experience, so much, years after years of playing at this level from Dynasty and its players, and ULF is able to make them completely throw away rounds like it's nothing, just by playing. Just by stopping them from getting easy rounds, right? Dynasty wanted to take rounds, and ULF said no. And then they wanted to take another round, and ULF said no. And they wanted to take something else. And after a little bit of that, you're just like, okay, I give up. I give up. And I think that is what happened towards the end of that there. Dynasty just could not keep up anymore. It's ridiculous stuff from ULF. It's not a win by, you know, just pure power. It's a win by attrition.
Yeah. And with the addition of Fabian, they upgraded their roster. They couldn't quite do it in Challengers EMEA number 2, but now they crown themselves the winners. And not only they crown themselves the winners of Challengers EMEA, they will take the first seed of Ascension. That means the top 2 seeds are both Turkish teams. ULF number 1, BBL Pacific number 2. Who would have guessed that the order of that seed is like that? Not me, yeah. I can tell you that.
And I mean, that's going to be such a massive help for ULF. I think you could tell from the beginning of this series that they wanted that seed more than Dynasty did. Because keep in mind, this team has been hamstringed time and time again by BBL Pacific in their own region. Their win rate against that team is really low, and them not having to face them in the group stage of Ascension now is going to be so good for them. They're going to love that. Obviously, they will have to face them at some point during Ascension if they want to get towards the end, but there's a possibility really now of us getting 2 Turkish teams in VCT off the back of this. Ridiculous stuff. I cannot think of any better way to mark your claim on EMEA than that. Let's take a look back at a couple of things from that map there, because I've kind of forgotten. Everything flew out of my mind in those last 7 rounds.
I mean, I think that was really incredible overall, but where it started, what made this comeback possible, what made it happen that ULF actually had those spare rounds was Audas getting those 3Ks at the start of this map. You almost maybe forgot because a lot of the things happened throughout that map, but Audas being that clutch factor there, absolutely just demolishing whole of Dynasty right there, meant that ULF had those 2 rounds to play with. They could be at 12-7 and come back that and absolutely dominate on overtime as well.
Let's take a look back at the bracket to see how we got here, because it has been a ridiculous playoffs, a ridiculous tournament overall, a wonderful 9 days here, and there it is, right? ULF getting knocked out by Dynasty to begin with, and then the hero comeback from the lower bracket, absolutely steamrolling every team in front of them to take first place. They will be your first seed moving into EMEA Ascension, and they have definitely made it clear to us that there is not just one Turkish team to be scared of in EMEA. Everybody is going to be looking at ULF as they move into that tournament and thinking, okay, how are we going to deal with them now?
6 days back to back to back. That doesn't stop ULF. It doesn't even make them hinder at all. It makes them better. They just dominate that final. And to me, 6 consecutive days, that would be way too many officials. But to ULF, that is just another grand final that they will take under their belt. And absolutely a brilliant performance. That is a grand final that they will not forget. It is the first one after that Premier system, obviously. But I'm gonna be honest, winning on a Challengers EMEA stage, that sets a huge precedent in terms of Ascension, and ULF obviously will get a lot of practice with these champions teams and will get better and better when Ascension time comes.
Well, as you say, it's been 6 days straight for them. It's not just been 6 days straight for them. Our beautiful production team has been working hard for the last 9 days. We've been working hard, of course, our casters, everybody, and you have been working hard in chat supporting your teams for the last 9 days. So I just want to say one last time before Challengers ends out for the year here and we move over to Ascension, thank you so much. for joining us on this journey. It's been absolutely ridiculous this whole year, these 3 stages that we have seen. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you, and I'm sure everybody involved would say the same, could they, on this broadcast right now, but it's my job to bring that message to you, so thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you again next year.
Ultimate is ready. Okay.
Wow.
Hmm.